All right, guys, welcome to Press X Podcast. This is episode 151. Welcome if you're new. Welcome back if you are a frequent viewer. We'll start out this podcast by first acknowledging that some people are likely going to be late to this specific episode due to daylight savings. The clocks were pushed forward an hour, and RP Gaming says got that low voice. Yeah, so that's something else I want to talk about is I'm a little bit sick. But yeah, some people are likely running a little bit late or unaware. I don't know. The clocks get pushed forward by an hour, so it's something that a lot of people forget about. I know there have been times in the past, even with me, where I'm like, forgetting that, oh yeah, daylight savings. So, hopefully not too many people, are getting notified now that, oh man, MBG is live. Wait, what's going on? Yeah, this is I don't like daylight savings, pretty much just lost an hour of sleep. So not fun. But yeah, I just do want to let you guys know as well that I sound worse than I am. That's, I think, important to convey. My voice and my sinuses mainly are being affected. My energy levels feel mostly okay, which I think is good. I think every time, you get sick, it's a little bit different. Sometimes you get really sick and you have no energy and you're just, down for the count, which is the worst. And I'm at least thankful that that's not how I'm feeling. I've been able to function pretty normally. Just, I think I actually just had a pretty basic normal cold, and then it turned into a sinus infection. And that's really the thing that's lingering. Like, I can't taste, I can't smell anything. And, usually when I get sick, and usually when this happens, I can still taste a little bit. Like, I can maybe just get a remnant of something I'm eating or drinking, or I can, smell a little bit. Or if I blow my nose, it allows me to taste or smell temporarily. This is crazy because for the past 48 hours, have had my senses, at least when it comes to taste and smell, completely shut down. Like, completely shut down to a degree in which I'm like, whoa, this is kind of weird. I see people asking if it's COVID. It might be. It might be. I mean, if it is, it is. I just look at it as, oh, I caught a virus. You guys are saying that's COVID. Yeah. I mean, maybe it is. Don't get me wrong. I've gotten sick in the past, like, pre-COVID, where I've lost my sense of taste and smell. So it's not like it's the first time, but I will say this time, and what might make me believe it, yeah, it could be COVID, is the fact that it's like 100% shut down, which is so weird to me. And it's kind of torturous, like when you lose your sense of taste and smell. I feel like at first you're like, oh, okay, it's not that big of a deal. But as it goes on, it's like, oh, I'm really eager for this to go away, because it just makes you like not want to eat, not want to drink. Very strange, very strange. But yeah, I cannot sit here and say how long the podcast is going to be, because while my energy levels feel okay now, I got my cup of coffee with me. It could just go completely normally. I may have to end it early. We'll have to see. I see somebody asking, how does my chest feel? My chest is perfectly fine. I have no chest congestion, no chest pressure. I can breathe fine. The only time I run into any problems with breathing is just if my sinuses are congested. So, it's nothing new necessarily, except for the loss of taste and smell, to that degree anyway. But I appreciate you guys. I appreciate your concern. So, yeah, I'm hoping that within the next 24 to 48 hours, I'll see a big uptick. But with that out of the way, I want to first just start by thanking everybody for being here. I appreciate the continued support. You guys not only show the videos that I put out every day, or at least I try to every day, but showing up here to the podcast weekly, showing up to all the streams. I really do appreciate that. So a couple of things you can continue to do if you want to help support the channel. Just watching the content obviously helps the most. If you want to hit that like button for me, if you enjoy the podcast, if you enjoy the content, hitting the like button helps with YouTube's algorithm. It helps kind of spread the content out there, bring on new people to the community, which is awesome, help grow the community. So hit that like button for me. And if you want to go above and beyond and it's within your means, if you're able to donate a super chat over the course of a stream, that helps tremendously. I am fan funded. You guys know I don't really do pretty much any sponsorship deals. I don't really ask for much at all. But this is pretty much the only time I do ask and let you know that, if you really support what I do here and you want to really help out the channel and help out my content, donating a super chat helps tremendously, and also maybe becoming a channel member as well. So big shout out to everybody who does that. It's very much appreciated. We have, I feel like every week I say we have some interesting topics to talk about, and I feel obligated to say that because I don't want to make it sound like the topics we're going to discuss aren't interesting, because that would in turn make my podcast not interesting. But I do have to be truthful in letting you guys know that, something we are going to discuss today is something that it's really getting tiresome. But we do have to talk about the ongoing Activision Blizzard acquisition. And believe me when I tell you, this is not something I want to continue to talk about. It's extremely draining and it is getting very boring. It just so happens that this past week, something specifically pertaining to Sony and Jim Ryan came out. And I think the big problem right now is that this is pretty much, at least in regards to PlayStation, the only thing that's been happening in the month of March. And it really sucks. Like, it really sucks. We do have other topics to talk about. I want to talk about the Resident Evil 4 demo. I want to give my thoughts on that. I want to talk about Sony and how they have over $5 billion left this year for acquisitions, and I just kind of want to speculate and talk about what they might do with that. I do have other topics. I'm actually going to mention them here. Hopefully I will get to them. But I want to talk about The Last of Us multiplayer, because apparently some people are now speculating that it may end up releasing on PS4 as well as PS5. It may end up being cross-gen. I want to have a conversation about that. I want to talk about Forspoken and how, unfortunately, Square Enix has confirmed what I think many of us suspected, and that is the game did not do well. It did not meet sales expectations. And then I want to talk about The Last of Us HBO. I want to give my thoughts and my review, essentially, on Episode 8. And I also want to talk about my expectations for Episode 9, which is the season finale. That's actually going to be playing tonight. So we definitely have more to talk about. I see somebody saying, MBG, why did you delete your tweet? Yeah, most people probably don't know what tweet you're talking about. Honestly, I just was getting tired of getting harassed and attacked. I haven't been using Twitter, and that's why. Twitter's always been toxic. Getting harassed, getting attacked. This isn't anything new. It's always been there. It just happens to be worse right now. And shortly after putting out a couple tweets talking about the situation, people are just relentless, man. Like, they're just relentless, and it just makes me realize, like, what am I doing here? Like, it's one thing if I'm making a YouTube video. It's one thing if I'm doing a stream and talking to my audience. It's another thing when I'm just wasting my time and energy on a platform where I'm just talking out into a vacuum or into a void. Sometimes it's a vacuum, other times it's a void. Either way, it doesn't do much for me. That's not to say that I don't get any positive responses on Twitter. I do. It just so happens that there's much more negativity. And, with that being said, actually, and I'm going to get to these super chats, guys. I appreciate it. I also want to say that I've also noticed that there has been a really big uptick and influx of really just, I don't want to say negative, okay? I feel like a lot of times when people talk about the stuff, they talk about positive, they talk about negative, and I feel like it's a little bit cliched where it's like, yeah, everything's sunshine, smile, look at the glass half full, and then there's people who are just like, everything's negative, everything's horrible. I feel like it's too simple. It is a little bit more nuanced, but what I've noticed in my comment section is that there's a pretty big influx of, I don't mean to group people up here, but it really does seem like people who are maybe Xbox fans, like really big Xbox fans, or if not Xbox fans, people who are not particularly fond of PlayStation enthusiasts, like many of us on the channel. And you could just tell there's a bit of snark going around now within the Xbox community with this whole situation. And, I'm seeing Xbox YouTube content creators, calling Sony pathetic and, basically saying Sony is scared and Sony's afraid. And it's like, I get it. Like, look, I'll admit it. I was there during the Xbox One. I was there during that time with Microsoft and with the Xbox brand where they were just getting absolutely curb stomped from every direction. And it was relentless, And I get it. Like, I understand that when you finally get that opportunity where it's like, the public is kind of favoring Xbox and Sony is maybe not looking too good, publicly speaking, and with the overall perception. I understand that, a lot of people who are really into this stuff, they're going to take that opportunity to really, to really go in hard and flex. Believe me, I get it. I've been there. I understand the mentality behind it. I understand what fuels it. And I don't expect any different. But I will say there is one thing in particular that does bother me, and it's something that I pretty much have zero tolerance for. I think everybody is entitled to their opinion, obviously. I think everybody should be allowed to just say what they want to say, regardless if it hurts somebody's feelings. I'm not necessarily advocating for being a dick, right? Like, I would say try not to be a dick, but if there's something you got to say and you feel passionate about it, say it. One thing I don't have tolerance for, though, is when people lie, when people make things up, when people say things that are just simply not true and just unequivocally false. However, that happens so much on the internet, I can't even pay attention to it. That's the thing, is it happens so frequently that I can't pay attention to it. But, and this is the big caveat, when I happen to come across it, and the reason I come across it is because many other people decide to push it forward as if it is truth. That's where I draw the line. That's where I reach a point where I may have to intervene. And a good example of this is a video that I just made yesterday. I made a regular news video like I normally do on my channel yesterday, and I covered, I think, about 4 or 5 different topics. One of the topics that we covered was the potential of the Elder Scrolls 6 releasing on PS5. And it came from an article that was covering the documentation and how Microsoft had apparently confirmed that they currently have 3 announced, or 3, not announced, but just 3 ZeniMax titles that are going to be exclusive to Xbox and the Microsoft platform. And the article speculated, and other people also speculated, that, well, Hi-Fi Rush just released, and that didn't come to PlayStation. Starfield's not coming to PlayStation, and Redfall isn't coming to PlayStation. So it just led to this thought process of some people beginning to speculate that maybe, just maybe, the Elder Scrolls 6 might not be an Xbox exclusive, and it could come to PS5. And I came across a comment on my video that it was about a paragraph long, maybe a little bit less. And towards the end of the paragraph, they typed in all caps, making it clear that they're like yelling, I guess, because that's what, that's necessary. And they basically called me delusional, and that like I'm completely delusional for thinking that the Elder Scrolls 6 will release on PS5. Now, if normally I wouldn't pay attention to a comment like that, but I noticed it had about 22, 23 upvotes, and it was kind of, surfacing closer to the top of the comment section and could eventually become one of the first comments that people see. And, people who read that comment, if they don't listen to my video, just as the person who typed that comment didn't actually listen to my video, they will assume that, well, here we go. MBG being a delusional fanboy claiming that the Elder Scrolls 6 is going to release on PS5. That's what they will think. That's what they will believe. And, well, frankly, I think that's to their own fault, because what they should have done is listen to my video. Because if they did listen to my video, they would know that I explicitly said, not once, twice, that I, MBG, do not believe the Elder Scrolls 6 is going to release on PS5. I don't think anybody should hold out hope for that. I made it pretty clear that it seems clear to me that, yeah, it's probably going to be an Xbox console exclusive. But see, that's the problem, is when somebody decides that I don't care what MBG actually said, nor do I care about the context, nor do I care about the facts, because it's just a fact. Unless he's calling me delusional because I'm saying it's not coming to PS5, or at least I think it's not coming to PS5, then I'm just very much confused. And so I guess what I'm trying to say here is that that's where I draw the line. It's one thing if you want to give your thoughts. It's one thing if you want to disagree with me. It's one thing if you want to call me out for something I did or said. It's another thing when you want to just basically make something up and allow that to grow, and allow that to somehow, some way become the perception of truth when it couldn't be further from it. And so I've noticed an influx of this type of response from certain people. And, I guess I'm just trying to say, be on the lookout, be careful. You might read some stuff, you might hear some stuff. I'm the type of person where I've never strayed away from if I say something that's out of pocket, if I say something where I was just dead wrong, or even if I just straight up say something that's stupid. A lot of times I'll acknowledge that and be like, yeah, it was maybe a bit much, or maybe I was just completely wrong on that, or that was a bad take, whatever it might be, But it just sucks, because it just feels like with this ongoing Activision Blizzard deal, the more we continue to see it dominate the headlines, the more we hear about, oh, Jim Ryan said this and Microsoft is saying that. And then you have all these people in between, all these journalists, all these fans, all these enthusiasts. It just creates an absolute cluster of nonsense, really. And it does remind me of like when, The Last of Us Part 2 released, where it was just so insane, where it was like pick your side and fight, to where anybody who was trying to have any type of nuanced conversation, you weren't allowed to. You weren't allowed to. It was impossible, because it was people were too busy fighting each other. And I feel like that's what's happening with this Activision, Blizzard situation. But that there are still things we have to talk about. There are still things we have to talk about, and I'm gonna have my own opinions on them. And I'm not saying that you have to take on my opinion or agree with my opinion. The only thing I honestly ask people is to just hear me out. And if you disagree, or if you feel like I'm completely out of pocket, just let me know. You don't even have to be nice about it, but just please don't make stuff up. Please don't say things that aren't true and try to prop them up as if they are truth. You know what I mean? To me, that's not cool. I feel like that's just where it's like, it's insidious and it's disingenuous. And I think it only serves to create problems for people. And I even mean that for like people who maybe read something and they don't realize it's just complete nonsense. It's not true. Misinformation, Anyway, just had to, I guess, go on that little tangent right there. But I have a couple of super chats here that I'm going to read. First, we have New Soul 9. Thank you so much, man. I'm going to read your 3 super chats back to back. You say, MBG, I don't think exclusivity is toxic. I believe both Phil Spencer and Jim Ryan should have their own exclusives to stand out to some degree, but the only thing I wish is that Sony got rid of that old traditional type exclusivity, where they forced you to only have access to that exclusive by buying a console. I would personally like it if they adapted the Xbox's more soft version of exclusive to give consumers more choices. But I understand that Sony is probably going to say, quote, we can't afford to take on that business model, end quote, like Microsoft. I appreciate the super chats, New Soul 9. And yeah, I think it's a relevant conversation or a relevant thing to be pondering at this moment in time because, we're seeing Sony fight so hard to keep the traditional business model as relevant as they can. And when we think about the traditional business model, what do we think of? We think of exclusive games because that's at least to consoles, right? Like games being exclusive to a console. So that way, if somebody wants to play that game, they pretty much have no choice but to purchase that console. And I understand the sentiment. I do. While I don't feel the same way, the reason why I don't feel the same way, it's not because I'm against choice. I'm not against choice. It's just I happen to be the type of individual where I guess maybe I'm lucky in that I have never minded buying a console and doing so to enjoy the exclusives for that console, right? I guess a part of me has just never really had a problem with this. And I understand why now when Microsoft is uprooting that and Microsoft is changing that business model and saying you don't have to buy a console. You can play it on your PC if you already have one and it can run it. You can play it through the cloud on your phone if you want, or even some TVs. And, they're kind of pushing it out in all these different directions. I understand that as Microsoft continues to try to make that the new way of engaging with platform exclusivity, why more people are then going to turn to a company like Sony. And maybe I don't know that people are going to turn to Nintendo and expect that, because Nintendo seems like they're not anywhere near doing something like that. But with Sony and basically say like Sony, Microsoft is your main competitor. You should consider doing this too. And I do get the sense that Sony is inching their way to that. Even in just the past couple of years, we've seen Sony doing things that even last generation with the PS4, it seemed impossible. Like they would never do it. We're seeing them now release more and more and more what were once console only exclusives on PC. And next up is The Last of Us. And that's interesting because I remember even like a year, 2 years ago, there were people when Sony first started doing this that would say, you're not going to ever see games like God of War or The Last of Us. You're just going to see these smaller games or games that may be underperformed, but Sony's not going to do that. And it turns out, no, whoever had that mentality was wrong. It turns out that Sony is absolutely going to do that. And, we just saw Sony announce, and it's available now, that a game like Horizon Forbidden West, just about a year old, right? Just a little over a year old. It's now part of Sony's PS Plus extra catalog. So you don't have to buy the game. You can just subscribe and play it. Very similar to Game Pass. However, the game came a year later. Now, the next step is that game's going to go to PC. So New Soul 9, I guess what I'm trying to say is Sony, for as much as people may not want to hear this, I just think that when you look at what they're doing, you can't help but kind of maybe, look beyond 2023 and 2024, maybe even this generation. To me, it seems clear that Sony is eventually going to be doing almost, and I have to emphasize the almost, same thing that Microsoft is doing. And I would actually argue that they're getting really close, actually, because you look at a game like Returnal. It just released on PC, and that that was a game that was a PS5 only title. That was a game that was marketed as like, you're gonna, if you have any interest in this game, you're gonna want to go buy a PS5. And Sony is just basically trying to get the best of both worlds, because I would say for their entire business, it makes the most sense. Sony is not trying to operate, you know, in a way where they're just losing money. They're not trying to operate where they have to constantly eat the cost. They're trying to find a balance where they can continue to compete and keep up with these changes in the business models while simultaneously extracting the most that they possibly can out of the business model that they've been leveraging and taking advantage of for the entirety of PlayStation's existence and pretty much all of console gaming's existence, right? It's a practice that even Microsoft, that being exclusivity, it's not going to go away, you know? And I think to basically wrap up this answer, New Soul 9, I think everybody at this point can agree that exclusivity for, you know, a platform is okay because it's always going to be there. And there's no point in trying to fight something that is never going to go away. It's just part of it's in the DNA, you know what I mean? Like, there's nothing anybody can do about it. Even Phil Spencer recently just said in an interview, you know, Phil Spencer even just said that exclusives are pretty much necessary and they're part of the industry. It just so happens that Microsoft basically kicked the door down and said, we're going to basically redefine what people perceive as exclusive. And that put a ton of pressure on Sony. And Sony has been responding to that. They've just been doing it very slowly. And I think where this ultimately ends is Microsoft continuing to do what they do by launching their exclusives day and date onto Game Pass and then putting Game Pass anywhere it can go, to where Sony will continue to reap the benefits of selling consoles, leveraging their exclusives, and then once they sell as many consoles as they can, once the sales of their games slow down to a crawl, then they'll say, okay, now we're going to put it in our subscription service to get more people to subscribe to us. And then once that slows down to a crawl, then we'll put it on PC to just, you know, extract as much more. And yeah, from that perspective, it's not as consumer friendly. There's no doubt about it. That does not help the consumer, but I will say this. I think people also need to maybe realize that this is something that, as I mentioned just a couple of years ago, people thought Sony would never even consider doing. And now we've gotten to a point where I'm now seeing people who prefer to play on PC saying that they're just going to wait. They're just going to wait until these games that are coming out, like God of War Ragnarok, Horizon Forbidden West, until they eventually come to PC. And that was something that was simply not an option before. And now it is. It just so happens that you don't necessarily know how long you're going to have to wait for that to happen. And so, you know, you have Microsoft basically giving you instant gratification through dropping their games right into their subscription service and putting that subscription service everywhere. You have Sony unwilling to do that and basically saying to the consumer, listen, we have a business to run and this is how we make our money. But if you're willing to wait long enough, you can eventually have it as well. And I think that that's the way it's going to remain for quite some time. I think that this is the way it's going to stay until the day comes where Sony really starts to see maybe a decline in their console sales or a decline in how many copies their first-party exclusives are selling on these consoles or on the PS5 console. And that's important to pay attention to, because when we look at how Sony's doing right now, I mean, look, I know I'm just an armchair analyst here and I'm no businessman, but if I was in Sony's position and I was looking at our earnings reports and I saw that we're breaking records with how many copies of our games we're selling, you know, we're making record profits, we're making record revenue, everything's on the up. I honestly, I don't know that I would care about I mean, let's just be honest here. Let's call it what it is. The vocal minority that is, you know, yelling at Sony saying, Sony, you need to do what Microsoft is doing. I saw some people saying, like, isn't it crazy to think that there are people out here who think that they can tell Microsoft what they should or shouldn't do with their money? And yeah, I agree with that. It's silly, but it's just as silly as people thinking that they have the right to be able to, tell Sony as a company, like, how they should run their business. In reality, look, I know, again, right now it may even seem like unpopular opinion, but it's just the facts here, guys. PlayStation, for as bad as the public perception may be right now, or at least maybe, again, the vocal minority on the internet, a lot of people really trashing Sony right now, really going in hard, making it sound like Sony is just the absolute worst. Jim Ryan is the worst leader PlayStation has ever had. He needs to get fired. I know it's easy to get wrapped up in that type of conversation if you're paying attention to what people are saying on the internet. But it's important to understand that the vast majority don't agree. And if you don't believe me, you need to go look at Sony's numbers. You need to go look at how many copies of their games they're selling, how many units of their console that they're selling, how many subscribers they have on PS Plus, how much revenue they're making from, their gaming division. I know people don't want to hear that, and they want to say, well, that's, if you're speaking from the point of view of a consumer, why would I care about that? I'm not saying you have to care. I'm just saying, if you're going to come out and say that Sony is wrong and Sony is bad and Sony is not doing the right thing that they should be doing, you have to, at the very least, be able to look at the facts, to look at the reasons why that might be. And at the very least, come to the logical conclusion that, oh, well, I guess if a company is making really good profit and millions upon millions upon millions of people are seemingly okay with continuing to, pay for their product, you have to, at the very least, try to be a little understanding as to why that company may not feel the urge to just suddenly pivot and say, you know what? Look at that. Our competition, they decided to uproot the entire landscape and the entire way of doing things. And they're doing it by eating the cost, by losing money. Let's do that too. You see how silly that sounds? You see when you say it out loud and when you really just kind of think about it, you begin to understand that there are very specific reasons why Sony is doing what they're doing. And from the outside looking in, and without putting too much thought into it, it may seem like it's just simply to screw over the consumer. It's just simply to make things less consumer friendly. But as I said, and as I continue to emphasize, the reality is, for every person that types a comment on the internet saying, I hate Sony, Sony is the most anti-consumer company, and they look like fools, and I'll never pay $70 for a game, and I will never support this business model or these practices. For every person that types that in on the internet, there's probably 10 other people who are just living their life and enjoying what PlayStation is doing and have no problem paying for the products that they're paying for. And it's kind of ironic that I'm saying this the way I am, because it almost, somebody might say at this point in time, like, well, MBG, if that's true, then why is Sony freaking out so much about Call of Duty? And I have to agree. It's like Sony's doing so well that, they're not going to lose Call of Duty. But even if they lost like a percentage, like 15% of their base who buys PlayStation for Call of Duty and they go somewhere else, it's not going to sink Sony. It's not going to kill them. It's just it lessens the chance that they're going to remain the market leader or as dominant as they are. That's what it does. So I appreciate the super chats, New Soul 9. Before I get too backed up here, though, I do have to move on. PlayStation Pete, you're saying if the Activision deal goes through, what's to stop Microsoft from buying every publisher and developer? Sony can't survive on first party alone. Well, I will admit, PlayStation Pete, this is where my knowledge of how stuff like this in industries works, this is where my knowledge truly is limited. And from what I've gathered, based off of what people have told me and what I've been listening to, it seems to me like this is very much a situation where if Microsoft gets this deal to be passed and they get it to go through, even with all this opposition, it's going to set a new precedent. And that precedent is that these regulatory bodies can't do shit. They can't stop. They can't stop the consolidation. They can't stop these deals. And it seems that the line of thinking, or at least again, what I've gathered, is that if something like this, for as big as it is, if it goes through, it's going to send a clear signal to every, huge billion-trillion-dollar corporation out there that, see what Microsoft just did? You can do that too. And when it comes to Microsoft themselves, look, my intuition tells me that if Microsoft gets this deal to go through in the face of all this opposition, if they still manage to get this to go through and they win in the end, I have a difficult time believing that they would then immediately be able to turn and do it again. I don't know. That's where I want to make it clear. I don't know. I do not know if Microsoft could do that. I don't know if Microsoft could, if they get Activision Blizzard within 1 year, they announce we're also going to buy Ubisoft. I mean, I have to imagine that if Microsoft were to attempt to do that, they would have to go through the exact same process that they are now, except that, I don't know, it just, Microsoft may be willing to do that because it might be a situation where Microsoft will say, well, we got Bethesda and we even got Activision Blizzard. So if we could make that happen, then why can't we make it happen again? If we can win this deal, why can't we win the next? And this is where Sony, I know a lot of people hate Jim Ryan. And I know a lot of people can't believe that he came out and said that we just want to block your deal. And Sony put out a statement in response to this, in response to the deal that Microsoft offered Sony. And the way Sony phrased it is that they said that if this Activision Blizzard deal goes through, it's going to cause, as they say, irreparable damage to the industry. Irreparable damage. And I understand that from the viewpoint of a consumer, where the only thing you care about is, I don't care. Like, I just want to subscribe to Game Pass and get as many games as I can and spend as little money as possible. I understand. Like, believe me, I get it. Like, I'm not trying to just waste my money either. But surely if you have any ounce of care about this industry at all, I'm not saying you have to agree with Sony. I'm not saying that. I'm just simply saying you have to, at the very least, ask yourself if that sounds like ultimately it could, like, will it lead to a better industry in the end? And I think that's a really, really difficult question to answer truthfully, because no one knows. We can only make our best assumptions, and we can only use what we know now to try to gauge what could happen in the future. And I understand that when Sony comes out and says something like that, they say this will cause irreparable damage to the industry and it'll stagnate innovation. I understand that naturally the first thing a lot of people are going to do is be like, Sony, you got to be kidding me. Look at what you've been doing with your third-party exclusivity deals and your business practices and your, so on and so forth. I get that. But this is where I just try to get people to at least understand the difference in scale. And the difference in scale is what is important to keep in mind when having this conversation, because many people try to equate, they're like, look, I understand that somebody will say, and even I could say this, well, look, if Sony's willing to pay for third-party exclusivity deals to keep certain games off of the competition's platform, then it's, how can I be mad at Microsoft for basically doing that same thing, except taking it a step further, and rather than doing it for just one game here and one game there throughout the generation, doing an entire publisher, doing an entire, you see what I'm saying? You see how I'm explaining this, how you can clearly begin to see the difference between Sony striking a couple of exclusivity deals throughout the course of a generation versus a company buying an entire publisher, owning an entire suite of IP, and then basically stripping that entire suite of IP off of a platform where it once was. I think this is where people need to take a step back and realize that, it's easy to thank Microsoft. It's easy right now to thank Microsoft and say, thank you for buying Activision Blizzard and putting these games into Game Pass. But you also need to realize that while you're thanking them for doing that, you need to acknowledge that you're also taking this, these games away from platforms where they otherwise would have been. And that's what makes it so funny to me with the deals that Microsoft is proposing, where Microsoft keeps coming out and saying, we're willing to put Call of Duty onto PlayStation, onto Nintendo somehow. I don't know how that's going to work. PC, Steam for 10 years. We'll sign it, no problem, 10-year contract. And it's like, why are you making it seem like you're doing the world a favor when the Call of Duty was going to release on these platforms, maybe except for the Nintendo Switch? That I don't know. We'll never know if Activision actually had plans to begin to put Call of Duty on the next iteration of the Switch. That very well could have been something they were already planning. We don't know. But it's just insane to me that people are cheering this on when it's like, dude, these games were always going to remain multi-platform, and no one had to worry. That's the point I'm trying to get at here. No one had to worry about whether Microsoft was going to come in and reassure them that they're not going to take their games away. That would have never been a thing. And that's what's that's why I think it's just a little bit unfair that people are trying so hard to make Microsoft seem like they're doing such a great thing by reassuring everybody, when it's like, can you really blame people after seeing what Microsoft did with Bethesda? Can you truthfully blame people for being a little bit hesitant in that, okay, what about the 11th year though? What about the 12th year? I know 10 years is a long time. It definitely is. That's a long time. But that's the thing that we also need to pay attention to when it comes to both Sony and Microsoft in this situation, is that they are both looking beyond that 10-year mark. And I think a lot of people don't keep that in mind when they listen to the things that Sony is saying, when they look at this moment in time and they feel like, man, Sony really looks like a clown out here. I can't believe they're actually behaving this way. I can't believe. You want to know why? It's because Sony's looking beyond 10 years. That's why. Sony's not just thinking about, oh, well, if we just sign this deal, we'll be good for 10 years and we'll worry about it then. Just like Microsoft isn't thinking about this year, next year, or the year after that. They're not thinking about the next 5 years. They're looking well beyond that 10-year mark when it comes to owning an entity like Activision Blizzard. And I'm just trying to encourage people to keep this in mind when you see the arguments and the back and forth and the he said, she said, and the videos and the you know, opinions, even with what I'm saying, just keep in mind that these are two businesses that are thinking long term, and they both have an understanding that one wants to screw the other one over. And that's the reality. I know that Microsoft seems like they're so they're nicer to Sony than they should be. And I know a lot of people, and I've seen a lot of comments from people basically being like, I can't believe Sony's acting this way. Sony should just silence themselves and sign this deal and be thankful that Microsoft is even doing this. And it's like, dude, I understand that at this moment in time, it's easy to perceive it like that. But Sony is not thinking about the next. Sony is thinking about the long term. They are thinking about the next 20 years plus. They're thinking about what happens after that 10-year deal is up. That's what Sony's thinking about. It's just, it's not difficult, in my opinion, to see that, but it seems to me like a lot of people don't keep that in mind when they're talking about this. And I think people also just need to kind of get it out of their mind that that Microsoft cares about, you know, your wallet in the way that people talk about it. Like, look, Microsoft can afford to make it seem like they care about your wallet because they're playing the long game. Just as I said, they're playing the game where it's like, oh yeah, we'll give you the best deal, best bang for your buck, no problem. Now we will. But I want you to imagine what happens if there's a future. And I'm not sure how many people have actually talked about this. And who knows, maybe I'm bringing it up for the first time, or the first one to bring it up. I want you to imagine this scenario for a moment, okay? It's just a thought experiment. I'm just curious, you know, to see what some of you guys may have to say about this, but just to consider all different scenarios here. Let's consider a scenario where Sony keeps pushing the way they are right now. And let's envision a scenario where Jim Ryan truly screwed up. And what I mean is, this deal goes through, and because of the way that Sony decided to handle this, somehow, some way, after Microsoft gets it to go through, it turns out that they are very, very, very angry with Sony, to the point where they're willing to practically spite them. And let's just flash forward. Many, many years from now, after Microsoft acquires Activision Blizzard. And I want you to envision a world where Game Pass has absolutely exploded. I'm talking like it's approaching like 150, 180, maybe even 200 million subscribers. Like it's insane, right? Like this, the Activision Blizzard deal was truly the turning point for Game Pass, and it was the catalyst to allow it to become the dominant business model. Meanwhile, Sony literally can't copy it because they would go out of business if they did. Now, as Game Pass begins to grow, and as Game Pass begins, you know, it continues to just go further and further and further. What do you think is going to happen to Sony in the long run? I'm seriously asking, because there's a I don't say a really good chance, but there is a possibility. I don't know what the chances are, but there's a possibility that if Microsoft gets what they want with Game Pass in the end, it really will sink Sony. And I don't want to say sink them as in like they're done, they're permanently gone. What I mean is that like it could actually do enough damage. It could be devastating enough for PlayStation that they're nowhere near. Like, this could be the golden age for PlayStation. And they could have to, you know, they could have to pivot in a way that frankly is unsustainable for them. Or there's also a potential outcome. There's also a potential outcome where maybe the worst thing that happens, and this is this is maybe more realistic, hopefully anyway. I think maybe a more realistic outcome is if this Activision Blizzard deal goes through and Microsoft is able to make Game Pass explode over the next decade. What will happen to Sony is maybe not nearly as bad as the picture I just painted, but instead, they're just not the leader anymore. They are in the back seat doing their own thing, kind of like Nintendo, but with PlayStation, right? They still have their studios, they still have their IP, they still have their games, they still have amazing, incredible third-party support, but it just turns out that Microsoft is no longer the second or third place entity. It turns out that, they are, they're doing amazingly well with their Game Pass model. And, I just think that these are different scenarios to consider, because that's the thing, is I don't feel like it's fair for me to encourage people to think about beyond the 10-year mark without basically trying to imagine a couple of different scenarios that could play out. And no one knows. No one knows what will happen. I do think that Sony, obviously, we know that obviously Sony has their self-interest here, right? Like, Sony is definitely encouraged to inflate just how bad this deal would be, for the simple fact that they are the market leader. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'll take a sip of this here. Anyway, I'm going on and on here. I want to keep these super chats going. Because I got quite a few. Josh, you're saying I've had a good couple of weeks with the PlayStation VR 2 now, and I will share my thoughts and update you throughout this podcast, but PlayStation has done it yet again. You say, I'll start by saying I don't know why PlayStation was so light on the marketing for this hardware. This is an incredible achievement for a very, very low price, all in all. It's interesting that you mentioned this, Josh, because that's the thing that is so interesting to me is, as soon as March began, it seemed like the marketing for PlayStation VR 2 just ended. And then we are now, again, just seeing headlines focused on Activision Blizzard and Sony and what they're saying in this deal. And like very, very little attention being given to PSVR 2, or at least not nearly as much as you would think. But I'm happy to hear that, man. And I will say, Josh, what's interesting is you're talking about how great PSVR 2 is and how much you're enjoying it. And you really feel like Sony did it again, basically. I have seen more people than I anticipated. And this is not me fear-mongering PSVR 2. It's anecdotal, of course. But I have seen more people than I anticipated coming out and basically either saying like it wasn't what they thought it would be, or even going as far as to say that they're returning it for one reason or another, which was definitely surprising to me. But I don't want to make it sound like I'm not hearing people say good things, because I absolutely am. I guess all I'm trying to say is that it's been a little bit more of a mixed bag than I was anticipating. And it could just be because maybe VR isn't for everybody, and but I'm happy to hear, Josh, that you're really enjoying it. Blue Streak 320, you're saying MBG, don't mind those losers. Just do your thing. I appreciate that, man. I appreciate it. Top Shotta, you're saying the biggest blunder Sony made in the deal between Microsoft and Activision Blizzard King is to say that Call of Duty is vital to their business. Call of Duty is going to be expensive for Sony in the future, regardless of the outcome. I think, Top Shotta, I do think you hit the nail on the head here regarding a particular detail with this entire conversation. And that is, and we've talked about this before, but we have to bring it up again, is how Sony really is doing all of this seemingly over Call of Duty. It could go beyond that. I feel like it's important to highlight that. On the surface, Sony might feel like we just have to lean into Call of Duty more than anything. But it's interesting to me because we talk about this comment that Jim Ryan apparently made where he said, I don't want a new Call of Duty deal. I want to get your deal or your merger blocked. To me, what's interesting about that is it seems to practically downplay what Sony's own argument has been to a degree, which it really seemingly has been focused on Call of Duty. And this is where you might begin to see a bigger picture unfold when it comes to why Sony is so against this. And I don't think it's just Call of Duty. And I don't think it's ever just been Call of Duty. I think that Call of Duty makes the most sense, you know, when it comes to the thing you're going to highlight, you know, why Microsoft maybe shouldn't get Activision Blizzard. But I think just as somebody mentioned earlier, you know, about how like if this deal goes through, does it open the floodgates for entire, you know, total and complete industry consolidation, where now we're going to start seeing some of the biggest publishers, all the biggest publishers get bought up, you know, left, right, up, down, center. I don't know. I mean, you know, it's difficult to answer any of these questions because they're questions that we just simply don't have the answer to yet. But what I will say, Top Shotta, is that I have frankly grown exhausted and tired of hearing Sony talk about Call of Duty. I understand Call of Duty and its relevance. I understand why Sony cares so much about Call of Duty in the same way that I understand why Microsoft cares so much about Call of Duty. But it has been genuinely like disheartening to see this much, you know, basically seeing Sony come out and really act this desperate over one game. It is annoying, straight up. It's annoying. And I would argue that, look, I know Sony has made the argument that we can't compete with Call of Duty. I want to point something out here, and it's going to sound insane. It's going to sound insane, but it's true. It's absolutely true. You guys know about Roblox, right? Also, did you guys know Roblox isn't on PlayStation? Like that, I was mind blown to discover that. Like, how is Roblox not on PlayStation? Isn't that like one of the most popular games in the world? Anyway, you're probably wondering, why did MBG just suddenly pivot to talking about Roblox? Did MBG have a stroke live on camera? No, I didn't. I learned about a game that was developed inside of Roblox, and is a game called Frontlines. I forget what the game is called, but basically a small team of indie devs developed a game inside of Roblox to basically make Call of Duty. Is it called Frontier? Yeah, it's either Frontlines or Frontier, but I saw this game like blowing up, and I saw like big YouTubers talking about it. I saw it like, you know, videos that would trend on the internet about it on Twitter. And people were basically pointing out that somehow, some way, this small indie team of developers made a game that is heavily inspired by Call of Duty and does a lot of the things that Call of Duty does, but has somehow, it does it better. I'm not kidding. Like, people were basically saying, like, this is better than today's Call of Duty. Like, this is what, to a lot of people, classic Call of Duty was all about. And people couldn't believe that this game was developed in Roblox. And here's the thing, though, is when you think of Roblox, because I thought this as well, I was like, well, what is this going to be, some kind of like cartoonish? And no, it's not. Yes, and it has let this sink in for a moment, over 200,000 concurrent players. I need that to sink in right now. This indie developed game inside of Roblox is sitting at over 200,000 concurrent players, and people are coming out saying this game is better than Call of Duty. And I'm supposed to believe Sony when they say, with all of their resources and all of their development talent, if we were to lose Call of Duty, we couldn't. It's irreplaceable. I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry. I don't believe it. if this is what if a game like that can blow up in that way, and I'll tell you, you know what I think? I want you to think about this too. I just watched a documentary on this channel called Gamers or something like that. It's a great channel. Go check them out. They do video game documentaries. And they just did a documentary on Killzone and the history of it. And one of the things, and I feel like this is pretty well known, but it was interesting watching the documentary because they were really highlighting just how much hype there was around Killzone, and it was going to be the Halo killer. And it was going to be like a revolutionary new FPS. And after watching the documentary, it made me realize just how much Sony really did try with the Killzone franchise to have their big mega hit FPS. And unfortunately, Killzone, while it did get to a respectable place, for sure, it did get to a respectable place, it simply couldn't get up there with the big, heavy hitting first person shooters and people like Killzone is not talked about in the same way that a game like Call of Duty or past Halo games are, or like Bungie titles like Destiny, you know what I mean? Or like, CSGO. It's not up there with that. And I almost wonder if Sony looks at their own history and what they tried to do with Killzone, and that is what drives them to this mentality and this mindset of this like defeatist mindset of we could not make a Call of Duty competitor because we tried, like we actually tried in the past, and we supported it for like 6 total games or something like that, and we still couldn't get it to where we wanted to get to. I know, I'm just saying that, like, when you listen to Sony come out and say that and talk about Call of Duty like it's just this. It's this force that cannot be not stopped, but you can't compete with it. You just simply can't compete with it. I really have to ask myself, like, does Sony really believe this? Like, genuinely, do they actually believe this? And if they really do believe that, that's the only logical reason in my mind why I can think that they would actually think that Sony PlayStation in 2023, if they had to attempt to try to make an FPS, they feel like I understand that if Sony made an FPS today, it wouldn't blow up as big as Call of Duty. At least the chances of that are very, 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 very unlikely. But just the idea that it's like, you're telling me you couldn't at least offer something that could do good enough for you, you know what I mean? To maybe convince people, like, I don't know, man. I just, it is bothersome a little bit. I have to admit, as a PlayStation enthusiast, it is a little bit bothersome to see Sony come out here and just put so much stock into a game that, frankly, I don't care about at all. And I know that I know it's not just about me, but even as somebody who doesn't care about Call of Duty, all I can sit here and think to myself is, Sony, when maybe you really should just try again. Like Killzone has been away it's gone away. It's been away for a long time. People are out here basically asking you to start doing some other games, like maybe try another FPS. Like, why not just try? And this is where, while I do like to see Sony in the position they are in right now, I like to see a successful PlayStation. I like to see PlayStation thriving and doing well. And yes, I see that. You're saying MBG Activision has more than Call of Duty. Of course they do, but let's face it, what has Sony mentioned any other game? I think we need to pay attention to that as well. Sony has not mentioned a single game other than Call of Duty. And the only time they mentioned other games were when they were mentioning some Bethesda games that were then made exclusive. To me, that speaks volumes. Where this whole thing, I really do think, while I want to believe that it's not just about Call of Duty, I genuinely am starting to believe that for Sony, it really is just about Call of Duty. And I guess as I was saying, as much as I love to see PlayStation thriving and doing well and on the up and leading and all that and being not necessarily dominant, but doing really well, right? It's also not a great feeling when the reality begins to sink in that Sony, and specifically maybe Jim Ryan, right? Because he is the CEO of PlayStation. They're so worried about constant and continual growth that they don't want to have to deal with, again, I don't want to say the loss of Call of Duty, because Call of Duty is not going anywhere anytime soon. Call of Duty is going to be on PlayStation for many more years to come. But I guess they don't want to have to deal with the repercussions of suddenly Call of Duty on the PlayStation platform is not going to do nearly as much work for you as it once did. It's not going to make you nearly as much money as it once did. And you're not going to be able to lean into that cushion as much as you once did. And I will say one of the most disheartening things, and if there's something that actually does make me resent current day PlayStation a little bit, is one of the things we talked about it was either this past week or the week prior, but one of the things that Sony said in their documentation, I kid you not, they said that if it wasn't for Call of Duty, some of the big games that we have, as PlayStation enthusiasts, really hold up in high regard, such as God of War, Horizon, right, Spider-Man, some of these games, maybe not Spider-Man, I feel like that's unrealistic, but maybe like Ghost of Tsushima, whatever, they wouldn't have existed. They wouldn't have been made. And you see, this is where I need to encourage PlayStation fans you have to be careful with this, because some PlayStation fans, and I understand you're not totally wrong. Like you're not totally wrong. Some PlayStation fans responded to me when I talked about this by basically saying like, dude, that could be 100% true. Maybe if Sony didn't have that robust revenue stream from Call of Duty and the marketing and everything else that they get for the platform, maybe after God of War Ascension, considering God of War Ascension was a flop, Sony says, you know what? We're not doing any more God of War. We're retiring God of War. Maybe that would have happened. Maybe they would have, they would have never let Guerrilla Games do Horizon Zero Dawn. Maybe they would have never let Sucker Punch do Ghost of Tsushima. And here's the problem with that line of thinking, though. I need to make sure I nail this one, because there is a problem with that line of thinking. The problem with that line of thinking is it completely negates everything prior to Sony's Call of Duty deal. And when you think about when exactly did Sony enter their partnership with Activision to suddenly have the marketing rights to Call of Duty, if I'm not mistaken, it happened, was it after Call of Duty Ghosts? I think it was after Call of Duty Ghosts in 2013, so around like 2014, about the same time the PS4 launched. You see, the reason why I can tell you this is nonsense is because Sony had not all of the games, but quite a few of the different games that Sony had in production, such as God of War 2018, Horizon Zero Dawn, these games started games like Days Gone. They started development. Ghost of Tsushima, they started development prior to Sony having the marketing rights to Call of Duty. Now, this is where I feel like we do have to call out some of Sony's nonsense here, because when you put two and two together there and you realize, wait a second, what do you mean these games wouldn't have? No, these games would have existed, because what Sony is doing, and this is really disturbing to me, is Sony truly is trying to convince the regulators that if they can't leverage Call of Duty the way they have been since like 2014, they're gonna die. And they're gonna wither. And I hate that, because that is utter bullshit. Like, as a PlayStation enthusiast, even I can say that is utter bullshit. I understand that Sony is deathly afraid. I understand that Sony is deathly afraid of ever getting back to the early PS4 days, where even they said they were scared that, like, you know, this is going to be it for PlayStation, because the PS3 was a disaster when it comes to Sony financially and the mistakes that were made, and they had to desperately try to recover that entire generation. And the PS4 was all or nothing for them. And when the PS4 basically took off, even Sony admitted, like, they did not expect it to do that well. And I understand that they are deathly afraid of ever getting back to that point, because the chances of them surviving that a second time, not likely. But at the same time, it's like, there has to be something said by this point in time. Like, Sony, you cannot say, nor do I can't fathom you actually believe, you cannot really believe that PlayStation is where it is today thanks to Call of Duty. Because if that is a genuine sentiment being relayed to me by Jim Ryan, then I would have to say, Jim Ryan, you got to go. Because that cannot be the mantra that PlayStation lives and dies by. There's just no fucking way. So at this point, all I can say, I mean, I'll continue to say, I'm going to be talking a lot longer, but in regards to this specific topic about Sony really hanging on to Call of Duty, I am able to see both sides of the coin. I'm able to try to hear both sides of the argument, right? I'm willing to do that, and I'm willing to keep an open mind. I'm willing to be open-minded enough to accept that Sony really is afraid of what might happen to their bottom line and their business model if Microsoft gets Activision Blizzard and can basically leverage Call of Duty in Game Pass and do who knows what beyond the 10-year mark. I understand Sony's fear. I understand their concern. And I do believe that it is truly Jim Ryan's job to worry about it, to try to do what he believes is right for the brand and for the player base going forward. But this is also where I look at the other side of the coin and I question, how far has Sony's leadership gotten away from their roots? How far have they gotten away from what has made PlayStation what it is? Because I'll tell you right now, do you know who bought PS3s and brought Sony back from the brink? It wasn't casuals. It was fans, like real PlayStation fans. And I don't mean to use like real PlayStation fans, but you know what I mean. Like people who were ride or die and willing to give them another chance. Or even those who were there at the very beginning, even when it was at its darkest. Fans, people who really cared about the brand, who really cared about the IP, who really cared about what this brand was, right? And even towards the end of the PS3 generation, you know what question I sometimes ask myself? And here's some food for thought. Hey, I'll have you know, somebody said not you, MBG. I did have a PS3. I will have you know, I did have a PS3 for Metal Gear Solid 4. Okay? I may have been a 360 guy during that generation, but I still did support it. Maybe not as much, I admit. But you can't say that. I did support, and it's ironic too, isn't it? Isn't it ironic that I bought Sony's PS3 for an exclusive game? I mean, there you go, right? There you go. But You're saying no, MBG, you are new to PlayStation. Dude, I know it may seem that way. I've been playing PlayStation since PS1. I went from a PlayStation dude to an Xbox guy back to a PlayStation dude. I was one of those people that was not very much on board with Sony in the early PS3 days. And I got to admit, Microsoft won me over. And, I think we can all agree, like, dude, the golden age of Microsoft, in my opinion, really was the Xbox 360. I mean, we got to give credit where credit's due. Microsoft was firing all cylinders with the Xbox 360. They were doing great. But, I couldn't resist any longer after seeing, like, Sony really... And that's what's funny to me is, like, it's so funny how what I'm speaking to, this is maybe where I'm at odds a little bit, where it wasn't Sony's marketing rights with Call of Duty that made me come back to PlayStation. It wasn't that. It was their exclusive games. It was games like The Last of Us and God of War. So I guess in a way, it's like I'm really speaking to a truth here for me, and I'm sure for many people, But anyway, I just feel like it's a little bit. It's not. I'm not gonna lie. It's not a little bit. It is pretty crappy, in my opinion, to see Jim Ryan and the leadership at PlayStation essentially come out here and constantly say, because let's face it, guys, I know they're not saying it directly, but when you read between the lines, like, basically what they're saying over and over again is that the core PlayStation fan base isn't enough. And I remember what it was like for Xbox when Phil Spencer and the leadership at Xbox basically said the same thing. There was a time when, back in like 2016, 17, where it was even like, is Xbox going to shut down? And it was like pretty clear that Microsoft could not rely on their core Xbox audience to buy their games and support them enough. And buy their consoles. It wasn't sustainable. And that's why they had to come up with Game Pass. And now you even see with Game Pass, Microsoft is saying, we need Activision Blizzard because what we have now with Bethesda and our studios is simply not enough. It's not enough to reach the masses. And I fucking cannot stand how this parasitic, this virus, I don't know what you want to call it, this invasion of the race to the fucking bottom, man. Like, it doesn't go away. It doesn't go away. And yeah, you're right. It is a fact that, like, if you're trying to if appealing to 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, 120 million people, if that's no longer enough and you need to get to, I need 200 million, I need 300 million, I need a billion, whatever it is, this is where it's like a part of me, and I'll just say it, man. Like, I'm not afraid to say it. It's true. A part of me wants to see Sony fall from grace a little bit. I want to see them get knocked down a peg or two. And the reason for this is because I want Sony to be reminded who's going to be there for them when they can no longer rely on the easy money that they're making from, hey, we got that Call of Duty double XP bonus, That's I want to see Sony humbled again. I do. I want to see Sony humbled again because people may not know this, but why do you think Sony is making 12 live service games? Why do you think Sony's making 12 live service? Do you think it's because they want to give the fans what they're asking for? No, they're doing it for the same reason that we see every other publisher in this industry. They're all chasing the same thing, and I know I know. I've talked before about how I am excited to see some of Sony's live service efforts. I'm not using this as a way to say, oh, dude, Sony is completely lost. They don't know what they're doing. They don't care about us anymore. They don't care about single player games anymore. I'm not saying any of that. What I'm saying is Sony, I'm telling you, they're getting a little bit too big too quick. And I think if Sony doesn't get humbled like sooner rather than later, they're going to lose their way, man. I'm telling you, they're going to lose their way because it's never enough. It's fucking never enough in business. And that's what drives me nuts. It's like you would think that Jim Ryan would be happy that, wow, we're selling 10 plus million copies of our exclusive games. But we're not at Nintendo levels, so we need to think about how we can reach 100 million people. And I get it. Like, I understand you need to grow. You need to keep growing. Every business has to keep growing. But I've tried to explain this over and over again. And it doesn't really need much explaining because you can see it. You can see it. You can see it happen over and over again. I tried to explain that the faster, the harder, and the faster you try to appeal to people who do not care about your product, the quicker you lose the essence of what your product was in the first place. I'm not saying Sony's there. Do not misconstrue my words. I'm not saying Sony's there. But Sony is not immune to this. Sony is not immune. They are not invincible. And we don't really know that much about their long-term plans. Sony has not been very clear about much of anything these days, frankly. I mean, we've got a couple of interviews with Herman Holst, and I just want it to be known. That Herman Holst went from in 2021 saying that, yeah, we're sometimes going to put some of our games into PC. We'll pick and choose. To the next year, he then came out and said, yeah, we're going to give it at least 1 year minimum. I'm just saying that it's... I think Sony is feeling a lot of pressure from Microsoft. And I think that Sony has been feeling a lot of pressure from Microsoft for a little while now. And look, I'm not saying that if Microsoft succeeds in their endeavor with what they're trying to do with Game Pass, with all of their studios, and trying to, get hundreds of millions of people in the door, I'm not saying that I know for a fact, because I don't know, that will be bad, that will lead to a bad outcome. I don't know that. But what I can say is that I don't necessarily feel excited or interested in seeing a new outcome that, based on a model that is not proven. I have very little interest in that compared to what we have now, which has worked and has been good, and I feel like is totally sustainable. And I know that Sony talks about how it's becoming more expensive for them, and their games and development cycles are getting longer and longer. And I get all that. But at the same time, it's like, what Sony has been doing this. They've been putting out these big AAA games. They've been experimenting with other smaller games occasionally. They've been putting out games like Returnal, right? They've been putting out games like Spider-Man Miles Morales, where it's like, that's not AAA, but it's still really, really good. Like, it's basically a shorter AAA game. I mean, at that point, it probably, I guess you consider AA, but it just has that incredible AAA polish and sheen to it, and that was awesome. And I just starting to get a little bit off the path here, but ultimately what I'm trying to say is that I'm just so tired of seeing Sony basically throw their own reputation as well as the fan base. And I know, dude, believe me, there are Sony faithful who are going to disagree with me, but it's the fucking truth, man. I'm tired of seeing Sony's leadership right now throw all of that to the wayside. Geronimo 15, you're saying I'm being very dramatic on this one. Let me ask you this. Am I being dramatic? Really, am I? Because the only thing that I'm claiming I want is for Sony to focus on what the fuck they do best. And what Sony doesn't do best is bitch and moan month in and month out about trying to block a fucking merger that's clearly not going to get blocked. I don't mean to sound aggressive. I'm not trying to be aggressive, but it's just, I'm tired, man. Like, I didn't decide to make a YouTube channel here where I talk about PlayStation and cover PlayStation news and stuff. I didn't think that there would be a moment in time where it's like, hey man, I hope you're ready for an entire month of basically just covering the shit that Sony is saying. That's basically them coming out and saying, we really want to block this deal. We don't want it to happen because everybody's going to hate them for it. And all I want, you know what I want? How about this? Hey, Sony, you have a new DLC coming out next month for Horizon Forbidden West that most people probably forgot about. I don't know, maybe during a week like this when the only headlines that are being written up are negative, about how Jim Ryan said this or said that, whatever. Maybe you could just throw out another trailer. I don't know. Is that asking? Apparently that's asking too fucking much these days. It gets irritating, man. Like, I'm tired of pretending that there isn't something wrong with Sony's refusal to even keep in mind, I'm using the word talk. I'm not asking for a trailer. I'm not asking for gameplay. I'm not asking for any of that. Sony's complete fucking refusal to even speak about an upcoming exclusive like Spider-Man 2. People will say to me, well, just let them cook, man. Let them do. And you're right. I don't, that's the thing is I'll get to your super chat, man. Don't worry. I got to get these rants out first. I don't doubt Sony's ability. I have no doubt in my mind Spider-Man 2 is going to be fucking astonishing. Spider-Man 2 is going to be incredible. We all know it. But I just do not like the fact that Sony is so willing to come out here and say this and say that and go on and on and on and on and allow the weekly news cycle, the monthly news cycle for PlayStation to be dominated by this nonsense, but they refuse to even do something as simple as, here's a small update on how development on Spider-Man. Like, dude, Insomniac could put out a single tweet. Insomniac could put out a single tweet saying, hey guys, we just want to let you know development of Spider-Man 2 is going incredibly well, and we're really excited for what we're working on, and we can't wait to show it to you. Hopefully we can show it to you soon. Even just something as small as that, people would go nuts. People would go nuts because that's how bad it is. That's how bad it is. You're saying they did give us an update. Yeah, okay. You're right. You're right. I don't want to make it sound like they didn't give us anything. They told us, hey, the end of last year, it's coming out fall 2023. You're right. You're right. I don't want to make it sound like it's been literally nothing, but I'm just venting a little bit of frustration here. That's all. I'm not saying you have to agree with me. I'm not saying, get all worked up and upset. I mean, look, I'm the one sitting here talking into a microphone, and I'm getting all worked up and upset over it. But I just want you to know, I'm not trying to shit talk Sony. It's just that I'm beyond the point of eager to see Sony be done with this and to just once again start focusing on the fan base. Sony's focus right now is like 80% on this deal, and you can tell. And this is where a lot of their effort is going into. And I'm not saying that they're not doing anything. Obviously, their teams are still working on games. But it feels like when it comes to their marketing and PR, I genuinely feel kind of bad. I feel kind of bad for PSVR 2 because I really feel like Sony barely did anything for it. I really feel like they barely did anything. And I understand that it's not going to have the same type of marketing cycle as PS5. Of course not. It's more niche, way more niche. But still, it's like, I feel like it just came and went, and like it's already, you know what I mean? It's like it's barely, I don't know. Terrence, nice what you're saying. We're letting the games do the talking. I get that. I know that Jim Ryan said that, and I appreciate that quote. We'll let the games do the talking. I appreciate that, but come on, like you can't literally not do say anything, you know? I mean, there is Final Fantasy 16, and I'm not trying to downplay that, but I just think that this has gone on long enough, you know? Anyway, let me read, just as this has gone on long enough, my rant has gone on long enough. Let me get through these super chats. I appreciate you guys being so patient. Leo Jimmy, thank you so much for that very generous super chat, man. I really appreciate the support. You say MBG money. At this point, let them have it. Microsoft already admitted they suck publicly. They already admitted that they aren't capable of making games the quality of a game made in 2020. Once the deal is done, you'll see a massive drop-off for Call of Duty. I mean, look, Leo Jimmy, I will say with you, like, I'm at that point. I am at that point. I know that Sony's going to keep pushing, and I want to point this out too. This is a good opportunity because people have been crying out loud, like me right now. They've been saying like, Sony, just sign the agreement, man. Like, what do you do? You're being too risky. You're being too risky. And I want to say, I think Sony does kind of have the benefit right now where Sony can take it to the 11th hour. Yeah, they're maybe doing a little bit of damage slightly to their public image, but Sony is allowed to take it to the 11th hour because right now there's still quite a ways to go. There's still quite a ways to go before this deal gets passed. If it's going to get passed, we still have quite a bit of time, and we're not there yet, and Sony knows this. And so Sony can basically continue to be in this exact position until that final moment, like when their lawyers inform them, hey, Jim Ryan, just so you know, like in the next week, this is done. This is a done deal, and it's going through. That's when Jim Ryan, of course, their lawyers are going to have to inform them, you know, a little bit. Like it has to be at the perfect moment where it's like, it can't be as soon as it's known that it's going to go through. Because at that point, Microsoft could, I don't know. I guess I'm trying to figure out in my mind, what would happen if it's like the final week and Sony comes out and they're like, okay, Microsoft, we'll sign your deal because, you know, like, hey, we lost. It's not getting blocked. I'm pretty sure that Microsoft would be unable to turn to Sony in that moment and say, no more deal. Because I think if they did that, that would be the very thing that suddenly, you just screwed yourself. Now you basically just stop this from going through by refusing to allow Sony to sign the deal. You know? I don't know. I guess I'm just saying I think Sony has the advantage with this of being able to wait until the final hour to sign that deal because, you know, Microsoft is not in a position to play hardball. Like, that's the thing. Microsoft wants to play hardball, but they can't because they're under intense scrutiny. And Sony knows that. Sony's lawyers know that. And, you know, it's just like, I've seen some people saying like, well, is it really good for Sony to be burning bridges right now? And I'm like, what? Let's be honest, man. Like, I'm tired of people talking about Sony and Microsoft as if they're not arch rivals. Like, dude, Sony and Microsoft do not like each other at all. And there's not a partnership there. There's not a friendship. There's nothing there. They're competitors and they both want to win and they both want to beat the shit out of each other. Like, no matter how good each, you know, one company's PR is or not, that's the bottom line. They are competitors. One wants to win over the other. And they want to do it any way they can. So I don't think Sony cares. Like, I think the way Sony looks at it is like the bridge between Sony and Activision was already burned when Activision decided, we're done with you, Sony. We want to be bought by Microsoft. See ya, Sony. We're going to leave you high and dry. I think not enough people think about that side of it, where it's like Sony had a really good business arrangement with Activision for like the past decade, and Activision just completely threw that out the window. But that's business for you, you know? It's not about what's, you know, it happens. But I'm saying I think Sony does kind of have a little bit of a right to be like, what the, like, guys, like, we're both doing great here. Why are you doing that, you know? I kind of get why Sony might be angry about that. But, you know, I think that Sony doesn't care about burning bridges with Microsoft because, dude, Phil Spencer, I don't know if it was Phil Spencer, but we already learned that Microsoft tried to get Game Pass on the PlayStation. And Sony was like, are you kidding me? You know? And so I don't think Sony has any intention to, you know, play ball, so to speak, with Microsoft or Activision Blizzard going forward. And that's why I think they're willing to go scorched earth here. The only thing I worry about is that in Sony deciding to go scorched earth, like, you got to be careful. Don't fly too close to the sun here, right? Because I don't want to see Sony do needless damage to their reputation over this. You know? But Aaron, you're saying MBG, there isn't any bridges burned. Sony made Activision's 13% in revenue. Yeah, well, you know, I also think it's funny how, like, this isn't me defending Jim Ryan, but it's just it's a fact, and we have to acknowledge it. That the Activision CCO, Chief Communications Officer, Lulu Cheng Maservi, she's been kind of getting more popular on Twitter because she's extremely outspoken. Again, she works for Activision. She's their communications officer. I think people need to kind of like realize that, yeah, she was the person who put out this quote, right? She said, you know, hey, this is what Jim Ryan said. And she put it in quotations. I don't want a new Call of Duty deal. I just want to block your merger. End quote. Now, she didn't give any context to that. She didn't say when exactly it was said, who it was said in front of. That could have just been something that, I don't know, maybe he said privately. Or I don't know. Or not privately, but like, you know, in passing or something. I don't know. But I just also think, like, maybe I'm mistaken on this one, but does this individual, who's the chief communications officer of Activision Blizzard, you're saying, does that statement require context? No, not necessarily. I will admit, I don't necessarily think it requires much context because it's pretty clear. You know what I mean? So I get that. That's kind of the advantage of having a being able to relay a quote like that. It's true that it doesn't necessarily need context, but I also want to say, like, we we don't look. I know how this is going to come off. I know how it's going to come off, but it's just true, man. Like, we have to be able to not jump to conclusions, as difficult as it may be sometimes, but we have to identify like where this is coming from. This is coming from a high-ranking Activision Blizzard employee. Maybe I'm mistaken, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but does this individual not have like everything to gain in this acquisition going through? Like, does this person not have like a genuine, real bias here? And when I think about that, and I think about the nature in which she's sharing this information, where it's pretty clear the intent. It's pretty, yeah, she's gonna get it. She's gonna make out good, financially speaking. And I mean, I get it. You know, if you're somebody where you're gonna make a big payday just because Microsoft wants to buy you, I get why you're gonna be pissed at Sony. I get that. She said it was February 21st in front of the EU. Okay, I mean, in front of the EU, that's interesting. I just feel like that's fine. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying that she's wrong for being annoyed or that she's wrong for basically having an axe to grind with Sony here. But the thing that gets me is if you're going to go on this public offensive, clearly, like, she's literally posting memes about Sony. It's pretty funny. I got to admit, it's pretty funny. But she's posting memes about Sony, and I'm like, okay, that's cool. You know, you're in it. But it's when I start to see that, like, she's clearly beginning to really sway like the public opinion and what people, she's really dumping fuel onto the internet fire, so to speak. And I'm like, guys, I know I have some bias here. Like, I know I'm a PlayStation fanboy, whatever, enthusiast. And obviously, like, and that's what's funny to me is I've seen people talk about me where they're like, oh man, MBG, you're going to have a meltdown when this goes through. I'm like, if by meltdown you mean celebrate that we can never fucking talk about it again, you're absolutely right. I mean, I've tried to make it clear to people, and then you don't have to believe me. I don't really care if you believe me, but it is the truth, in that I do not care about Activision Blizzard. Like, I really don't. Like, I have, and especially knowing that Call of Duty isn't going anywhere, and Microsoft is like, dude, we just want to grow Game Pass. We're going to put most of these games, like, you know what I mean? I'm just like, I don't care. Like, I do not care, because that's not, like, I don't play on PlayStation because of Activision Blizzard. I'm not one of those players. I mean, if I was one of those players, I'd probably be, I'd have a completely different outlook. But I'm just trying to say that I hope. That's the thing that I wonder is if we get another Tony Hawk, is that going to be exclusive? Because that would be kind of annoying. Or like a new Spyro, that would be annoying as well. There are some things that would be like, well, but I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I'm like a huge Activision Blizzard fan. I'm not. If I said that, I would be lying. If I said that I'm a huge fan of Activision Blizzard games and I care like so much about Call of Duty, I need it, I would be lying. It's not that serious. I understand, but don't get me wrong. That's not me downplaying. That's not me downplaying how big they are. They're very big, and they matter to a lot of people. I'm just talking about me. The reason why I'm saying this is because, people say I'm biased, right? Like, towards Sony, even though I basically am sitting here criticizing Sony. I just did that. I just think it's fucking bonkers that there are people who are rallying behind this Activision Blizzard employee who is trying to slander Sony. Like, that is, guys, come on now. You got to be kidding me, right? But it is what it is, man. People are going to, this is the problem with this entire situation and why it's so tiring. You're saying, what if that was what he said? Well, I will say this, and I said this in my video covering it. What blows my mind is like, is that surprising? Is that news? Is that news to you? Who is it news to? That's the only that's the question I have. Who woke up that day, read that woman's tweet or read the headlines that came after it and said, "What? Jim Ryan wants this deal blocked? What the fuck? No way. Like, who? No one. Literally no one. She knew exactly what she was doing. What people wanted to do is they took, what was served on a silver platter plate and said, "Oh my God. Can you guys believe this? Wait until you hear what Jim Crying Ryan said this time." I gotta admit, it's pretty funny, bro. I have to admit, like, it gets to a point where it's kind of silly, right? It's kind of silly. And people are going crazy with the memes and it's propaganda. It's, I just, it would be like, I don't know. People are out here acting shocked that Jim Ryan said, he wants this deal blocked and he doesn't want a Call of Duty deal. But no one was shocked. Not a single soul was shocked when Phil Spencer the week prior gave an interview talking about how exclusives are actually important and they're a part of the industry and it's okay for Xbox to have exclusives. No one was shocked about that. Not a single soul even spoke about that. But, it's the nature of a situation like this. And it speaks to exactly why I'm eager for it to end, because it's just he said, she said, stuff. And it's not fun. It's not even that interesting. It's just good for headlines. And believe me, this is one of the reasons people, they think I'm being so hard on, or some people might think I'm being too hard on Sony and I'm getting too, being too aggressive towards them and I'm getting too worked up with some of the things I'm saying. But that's part of the reason why I kind of wish, I just wish that Sony would give the PlayStation fan base a little bit more each week during this entire process, because I'm just so tired of this being the only thing, or like one of the only things to cover. It's just sucking up so much of the oxygen, and I hate that. As somebody where it's like I look forward to each new week because I'm always wondering, like, okay, you're saying then stop talking about it. But that's the problem, man, is I'm somebody who's kind of always following the next thing or what's going on, in the world of PlayStation as it's happening. At least I try to be. And it's just really difficult for me personally. I'm not saying it, I'm not saying everybody else has to feel the same way, certainly not, but it's difficult for me to. Okay, so here's an example. This past week, most of the topics that I talked about on my videos were about like Sony and what's going on with them in this situation. And the thing is, like, I did have other much, much smaller topics that I covered in each one of these videos, but I knew for a fact, and it's the unfortunate reality. I don't make the rules. I knew for a fact that if I lead any of these videos with anything other than this topic, they're going to flop fucking hard. Like, to a point where it's like, everything I put into that video is going to almost come off as like not even worth it. And that's the part that I don't like, where it's like, I don't like feeling like I'm personally at the mercy of like, okay, I guess it's another week of this. And so now I'm sitting here on this Sunday, it's, March 12th. I'm sitting here wondering, like, dude, between March 13th and March 18th, what's going to happen in the world of PlayStation? Is it going to be literally another week of just, here are more things that Jim Ryan said, and here are more things that Microsoft is saying about this deal? Because I'm just really hoping that surely there's going to have to be something else. Now, granted, one thing that did happen this week was the latest PS5 update. And guys, I don't know if you saw, I follow Mystic on YouTube. I'm sure many of you do too. I love his content. He put out a dude. I think it's so funny. He put out a video covering the new PS5 update. And what's so funny to me is the videos that Mystic makes on these PS5 updates are literally better than he covers it better than Sony does themselves. Like he puts out videos that are so well, just like if you want to know like about this PS5 update, Mystic's got you covered. It gets to a point where even as a content creator myself, I'm like, dude, I can't compete with that. Like his video is perfect. Like his video is literally perfect. I can't compete with that. And even Sony themselves can't compete with it. Sony should hire this man. He's doing good work. But that's like the only significant thing that happened this past week for PlayStation, where it's like, oh, there's a new PS5 update. But the problem with that is even the stuff that was in that update, we already talked about like a month ago. You know what I mean? Like it was already kind of out there because they put out the beta and they list everything. But yeah, you know, I guess I'm just trying to say that it just makes things worse, in my opinion, when we're seeing stuff like this come out where it's like, I see an Activision employee basically shit talking Sony, and it's like, oh God, like I'm ready, man. I'm ready for this to be over. And I don't know how the Xbox fan base is feeling, you know, or Xbox enthusiasts. I don't know how they're feeling, but I have to imagine that quite a few of them are feeling pretty similar. You know what I mean? Like, I think we're all just getting ready for this to just, you know. Anonymous C, you're saying MBG watches Mystic's videos and steals ideas from him. Dude, if that was true, man, my content would be way different, right? Mystic, he makes some very unique and interesting videos that, I mean, I wouldn't even attempt to try to copy, because it's like, dude, you could tell like he's a fan of the brand in a way that he comes up with these ideas that I'm like, damn, I would have never thought of that. But yeah, I respect Mystic a lot. He's a chill dude. He's cool. All right, let me keep this going here. We have Alex Mercer, the prototype. You're saying question MBG, and again, thank you for that. Thank you for that very generous super chat, Leo Jimmy. But Alex Mercer, the prototype, you say, question MBG, did Sony once bid on 20th Century Fox before Disney got them? Like, they were willing to buy Fox with that much money. Could be wrong. Well, Alex Mercer, this is really difficult for me to speak on because I honestly have no idea. I don't know that Sony ever did something like that, because could they have, I don't know. I'm actually curious now. I don't know, man. I'm not really. Sony Pictures joins 21st Century Fox Hunt. Okay. Yeah, that was, wow, that was a while ago. It was back in 2017. Yeah, I guess you're right. It seems like they actually did. That's the next thing we're going to talk about, but I have quite a few super chats to get through. But, you know, you're basically pointing out, like, you know, if Sony was willing to try to buy 20th Century Fox, you know, for like their movie division, right? Surely Sony would be willing to do something similar for their gaming division right now, considering their gaming division makes them the most money. And we're going to talk about that. That's why I have that in my title. You know, Sony has $5 billion left, and they're probably going to add to that. And that leads me basically to the second portion of this entire conversation, which is how, as like, look, a lot of people tell me, and they tell you, and they tell the internet, they say it over and over again, that this deal's going through, that Microsoft is going to get Activision Blizzard, and there's nothing Sony can do about it. And if that's true, like if I wake up and I say, you know, as I'm covering this stuff, okay, well, that's going to happen, then my mindset shifts. It does. My mindset, unfortunately, yeah, there will be concessions, right? Like it's going to go through with concessions. But where my mind shifts at that point is, well, the floodgates really are open at that point. You know, I thought it was a big deal when Microsoft acquired Bethesda, of course, but this is on a whole nother level. And I'm not I don't want to advocate for industry consolidation. Okay. I don't want to be the person that says everybody should be bought by everybody because I don't think that's good. And I don't think that's the best outcome. However, if at the end of the day, it turns out that, well, dude, whether you're for or against industry consolidation and big publishers getting bought, it's going to happen either way, then my mind shifts towards, well, fuck, if Microsoft is getting their hands on multiple publishers and other entities might start creeping in and getting their hands on other publishers, my mindset's going to shift to Sony. You better go to the Bank of Japan and get some loans because you're going to need a piece of this pie. You're going to need it. Like, I don't want to see Sony be, kind of left in the dust because I know that Bungie was a big deal, but Bungie is not a publisher. They're not. And that acquisition is not anything on the same level, in my opinion, as something like Bethesda or Activision Blizzard. It's just not. If this deal goes through, frankly, and I'll just say it, and I know a lot of people are thinking it, and I'll just say it, I want to see Sony go, if Sony's willing to go scorched earth to try to block it, then I fully expect them to basically, rubber band and go the other way once this goes through, where they're like, okay, well, fuck, we tried to block it, didn't work. So now we're going to get our own. And I would encourage that. Honestly, I would honestly say, like, Sony, yeah, dude, Microsoft just bought 2 publishers. I think it's fair game now. It's fair game. Like, go buy a big publisher, whoever you want, right? That's how I look at it. And there are a lot of people who say that Sony can't buy this or Sony can't buy that. And people who say that, I don't think they're correct. I don't think they're correct. I think that Sony, if they are able to come into a lot more money than people realize, and they would be able to buy almost anybody they wanted, but there are a couple of conditions that have to be met. Number one, the publisher has to want to sell. And that's probably the most important thing. And that's why this is such a messy situation with Microsoft and Activision and Sony, because Activision really wanted to sell. They really did. And it's clear that they want to. I don't know how many other... you also have to ask yourself, why would a publisher want to sell? Most of the time, if a publisher wants to sell, it's because they're in deep water. It's because they're not doing well and they need a bailout. And that's the thing, is that, if Sony were to acquire any publisher that's available, that would potentially be available in the market, like, yeah, Ubisoft, for example, do I think Ubisoft would basically ask Sony to acquire them? Yeah, I do. Absolutely. I think Ubisoft would be like, Sony, please, God, buy us. But I think Sony would be like, Jesus, no. Like, we're not, no thank you. Because Ubisoft is in a lot of trouble. Ubisoft has a lot going wrong, and if Sony were to buy them, they would have to take on all of that. And that's a dangerous combination, where it's like, we have a publisher that's unstable, and we have Sony, who is going to spend more money than they would like probably to get that publisher. That's where things go wrong. Okay, that would be, in my opinion, a bad decision. And I don't sit here and say that Sony should just buy anybody, but it might be a tough road. Like, there are a lot of people who say that, or who think that as soon as this deal closes, that Sony's going to go on the hunt and try to buy EA or Take-Two or Capcom but the thing is like, I don't think any of these entities would want to be purchased. Like, there was like that rumor, and it's not even a rumor because it was just somebody making shit up, but like Take-Two Interactive, it's like, dude, no way. Like that doesn't make any sense. It doesn't, like, Take-Two Interactive is, as far as I'm aware, they're doing fine. I mean, I know that they announced layoffs, but they're not in any kind of trouble, right? That wouldn't make sense. Square Enix, I think could make a lot of sense, but I don't know. That's where I think Sony would have to really be careful, because it's clear that there are things that Square Enix has that Sony really likes and really wants. But there's also other things that Square Enix has that Sony, I feel like, is like, do we really want to deal with that? You know? I will say, I hope Sony, if they end up getting anybody, I kind of hope they get Square Enix, because, dude, they are getting a new president and they're still all in with the blockchain games. Like, you gotta be kidding me, dude. You've got to be kidding me. Like, they're really out here being like, we hope you look forward to our blockchain games. Like, no one's looking forward to that. How do you not see that clear as day? So I almost like hope that if Sony were to acquire them, Sony would be like, shut that shit down. We're not doing blockchain games. We're going to make good games for our PlayStation platform. That's what we're going to do. You know what I mean? But I don't know. That's one where it's like Square Enix, I don't know, man. It's a bit much. And you think about Capcom, Capcom wouldn't sell to Sony. Capcom's doing just fine. But I don't know, man. I don't know. We really don't know. This is where I say, like, we do not know Sony's intent here. You know how after Microsoft bought Bethesda, even though it was still very surprising when we learned that they're now going to buy Activision, at the same time, though, people were like, yeah, Microsoft they're ready. Like, their mission statement is clear, where we're buying anybody we can to win. And at that point, it kind of, did open the door where it's like Xbox fans didn't have to ask the question, will Microsoft buy publishers? They now have to ask the question, who are they going to buy next? Right now with Sony, like, there's a lot of question marks. We do not know. We have no idea if Sony has any intention whatsoever of buying a publisher. I feel like at the very minimum, surely that's a conversation, an ongoing conversation that they've been having. I mean, you have to imagine it is, you know what I mean? Because knowing that Microsoft is out here buying multiple publishers, if you're Sony, I think you're kind of crazy if you're not even considering it, as a possibility or a potential direction. But as to whether or not they're actually realistically going to try to, really go after somebody, you're saying MBG, it must be organic, remember? Nah, bro. As much as I want to say, like, yeah, it should be. That's not realistic anymore. That rhetoric, if it's even, I mean, I don't necessarily know that it's rhetoric, but that reality is just not. It's not realistic anymore, right? We're entering a different phase now. White Umbrella, you're saying there's been much talk about Microsoft withholding Call of Duty, but given what we know about Jim Ryan, I'm now wondering if, were the Activision Blizzard deal to pass, would he block Call of Duty from PlayStation himself? If Jim Ryan walked into the PlayStation boardroom, White Umbrella, if this deal were to go through and Jim Ryan the following day walked into the boardroom, sat everybody down and said, we're going to block Call of Duty from the PlayStation platform, he would immediately get fired. Like everybody in that room would laugh and be like, okay, Jim, it's not time for jokes. But if it like Jim straight face Ryan is like, no, I'm serious, he would get fired. He would get demoted immediately. At the very least, he would get demoted. But no, I mean, I understand that Jim Ryan does seem like a pretty extreme individual a little bit with this situation, but make no mistake, like, it's not, I think people need to understand too, it's not just Jim Ryan. And I know it's easy to view it that way, where it's like, it's this one man, this one individual making all these decisions. It's a lot of people at Sony, a lot of people making decisions, a lot of people and a lot of information being conveyed back and forth. And, Sony doesn't necessarily have a public figurehead, but I guess Jim Ryan would be the closest thing to it. And, that's unfortunate because it's not unfortunate. Maybe for him it is, but it's all going to fall on him because he's like mostly the public figurehead. I mean, he's the one that people are putting in memes, but it's not like, I don't think it's Jim Ryan saying, we want this deal blocked. It's the entire Sony board. It's, it's them talking to their legal advisors and asking them like their best assessment, and if this is what they should do, if this would be the smartest thing to do, and then going with that. This isn't, I mean, I could be wrong, but Sony's a big company, they're a big business. It's not just a single man deciding we are blocking this, no matter, and that's it. It would, if Sony was run by just a single person making decisions, I feel like Sony would be in the ground right now. So yeah, I appreciate that, White Umbrella. Mark Lovin, you're saying, as a single dad with full custody, these Sunday podcasts really make cleaning and doing never-ending laundry more tolerable. Happy Sunday. Well, I'm glad to hear that, man. I'm glad to hear that, Mark. I'm glad that I can help make your Sundays a little bit easier. I know I feel what you're saying, man. I've been having to take on a bigger workload these days myself. And yeah, it can be tough. It can be tough to keep up with everything when you got a lot going on. So, hey, if I can help make it a little bit easier and help make your Sunday a little bit more enjoyable, or as you say, tolerable, then I'm very glad to hear that. So I appreciate the support, Mark. Chris Gaming Show, you're saying, I got both systems on the PS5. I buy physical copies on PlayStation, while Xbox, I get Game Pass for digital. Yeah, and I think that's a good way to go, man. I mean, we're always talking on this channel about PlayStation, Xbox, different platforms. But in reality, if you're a consumer and you're a gamer and you're just looking to kind of get the most, I mean, that's a great way to go. Buying physical copies on PlayStation. I still do that too. I'm not subscribed to Game Pass. I don't play games through Game Pass. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure that day might come at some point. I don't know, man. My interest in Xbox, frankly, has tanked this past couple years, but that day may come for me. And if it does, I guess I don't know. That'll be an interesting day. If Microsoft releases a game, I haven't really put much thought into that. Like, would I just subscribe to Game Pass? Try it. I don't know. Maybe I'm becoming part of the problem if I do that. I don't know. I probably would, though, realistically. And that's why I say I can't blame anybody. Hey, Microsoft is eating the cost. Hellblade 2. Yeah, Hellblade 2. I'm interested, dude. I want to see. Apparently, Hellblade 2 is on track for this year, I think. So I don't know. That's a game I'd be very interested to see more of. I hope we see more of it. Karamovic, hopefully I'm saying your name correctly. You're saying, could it be that Sony is doing all of that to make it harder for Microsoft to buy any more publishers in the future? Otherwise, what's the limit for Microsoft deals? I think that I think that's a good assumption. I can't answer that. This is where I don't have enough knowledge regarding the regulatory bodies and the system and how it all works. It could be that this is Sony trying. Maybe Sony knows that they can't block this, but maybe if they make a bigger case and make a much bigger deal out of this and don't just simply, because I have to imagine the regulatory bodies would probably, if Sony was just, imagine if Sony wasn't opposed and Sony was just like, yeah, thanks, Microsoft, we'll sign this deal. Rashdam, I didn't miss your super chat. Yours is next up. If that's what Sony was like, I do have to wonder if if the regulatory bodies, like if nobody's complaining, is what I'm saying. If nobody's outcrying and nobody's complaining and nobody's saying, hey, this shouldn't be happening, then why would anybody, even if it's your job to stop it, why would anybody, you know what I'm saying? Like if Sony came out and said like, this is the competition we've been waiting for. You know what I mean? Like the regulatory bodies would be like, oh, well, okay. Like unless Sony just became as a company suicidal for some reason, like, so I don't know. That's where I would like to gain more insight into this entire process. But at the same time, I kind of don't you know? At the same time, I kind of don't. I got to be honest. I feel like the deeper I get into it, the more it. So, like, a good example, I also forgot to mention, and this, I should have brought this up earlier, but somebody had asked me, like, MBG, why did you delete your tweets, covering this situation? It's because the documentation came out of Microsoft's proposed offer for Call of Duty to Sony. And Sony put out a statement where they wanted to make it clear that the redacted information, or basically the information that was highlighted in black and you can't see, that was requested by Microsoft. And I got to admit, like, I don't know all the details about the stuff. I'm not a lawyer by any means, but naturally my first thought is, well, could it be that some of the information that Microsoft is requesting to be redacted could be vital information that potentially explains why Sony rejected this offer so quickly and so aggressively? And then, people were basically telling me, like, no, you don't know what you're talking about, MBG. Like, the only things that they're redacting is for, like, security reasons and whatnot. And I'm like, well, there's a shit ton of stuff redacted, And that's the thing, is, like, I feel like I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if Microsoft is allowed to request certain things be redacted if those certain things, like, I guess all I'm trying to say is this. Could it be that the thing that Microsoft is requesting to be redacted, the information that they're requesting to be redacted, yes, they can have it redacted for security purposes, but why does that automatically mean it's not also the same thing that could explain why Sony is saying no? One of the things that Sony did point out, and I feel like a lot of people maybe didn't pay attention to this, or at least enough attention to it, Sony said that the licensing fees that they would be required to pay Microsoft to have Call of Duty on PlayStation Plus, because that's the thing. Microsoft, they're trying to look like the good guys here, being like, hey, we offered Sony to put Call of Duty on PlayStation Plus, but Sony's like, dude, the licensing fees that they're going to ask for, it's unsustainable and unrealistic, and we couldn't pay them. Like, it would be too much. And that's the thing, is if Microsoft owns Call of Duty, they don't have to pay licensing fees because they own it, and they can just casually dump it in the Game Pass. However, if Sony wants to put it in the PlayStation Plus, they're going to, like, clearly Microsoft is telling Sony, you have to pay us to do that. And that's why I'm like, this is some crazy ass shit we're seeing here, where I'm seeing a lot of people basically be like, Sony, how could you reject this, man? Like, they're going to put that in PS Plus. They're going to let you put it in PS Plus. That'd be great for us. Yeah, that would be great for PS Plus players, but I feel like people are just very quick to ignore that fact that Sony's like, guys, like, we can't afford that shit. You know what I mean? And I understand that, like, if you're a consumer, you're going to turn to Sony and be like, Sony, I don't give a shit what you can afford. I just give a shit about what I can afford. And if Microsoft's making it cheaper for me, then see ya, I'm out. So it really is, it really is a Trojan horse on Microsoft's part, where it's like, dude, they got both of Sony's arms twisted behind their back right now. And that's where I feel like people keep just saying to Sony, like, sign the deal, but I've just been saying over and over again, as much as I want this to end, and I'm not changing my tune. I'm trying to see both sides here. Removing my personal feelings aside, and as much as I want this to end, I also just have to keep in mind that if Sony is still willing to push this aggressively and fight this hard, even though it's like, dude, the public is turning on you at this point, and they're still willing to, keep this posture and keep this stance, there has to be a reason. Now, I'm a little bit more cynical, and I come out here and I say that I think the reason is Sony's I think they are actually just afraid of not being top dog anymore. I'm not afraid of that. I'm not afraid of Sony not being top dog because what I know is that Sony will fight. Sony will fight, and I want to see Sony fight. I want to see Sony get aggressive. I want to see Sony a little bit less comfortable. But if I'm Sony, I probably don't want to be less comfortable. You get what I'm saying? Rashdom, you're saying wallets will dictate if Game Pass is successful or not. Rashdom, I get what you're saying. But I disagree with that. Well, I don't know. I have to think. I don't know that I disagree with that. I mean, fundamentally speaking, the market, like wallets, the market will determine that. But I guess what I'm saying is we have to, the problem with that sentiment and that statement is that when it comes to Microsoft, you can't really look at things normally. Like, you know how somebody posted a comment that I thought was really interesting where an argument that Microsoft made and they keep making is that it wouldn't make any business sense. It wouldn't make any business sense for us to take Call of Duty off of PlayStation. Doesn't make financial sense, doesn't make business sense. And somebody, and I was like, yeah, that's true. I agree with that. That doesn't make any sense. It's simply too much money left on the table. You know, you'd be losing too much money. And then somebody in my comment section was like, you know what else doesn't seem to make sense? Releasing your multi-million-dollar developed AAA games, games like Starfield and many others, releasing them day and date in the Game Pass, knowing that you're not making your money back. That also doesn't make business sense. And I'm like, well, you know what? That's where Microsoft is. They're playing a certain game here, because that is true. If Microsoft is willing to, if Microsoft is willing to point out that it doesn't make business sense for them to remove Call of Duty from PlayStation as the reason why they're not going to remove Call of Duty from PlayStation, it only feels right that they should also acknowledge, but at the same time, like, it doesn't make business sense to operate at a loss. And I know Phil Spencer said, oh, Game Pass is profitable, but like, they have yet to reveal any numbers that show anything, or, you know, the Xbox division has not been making a profit, or they've not been doing well, and they're not revealing Game Pass numbers. It's like, it's really difficult to believe that Phil Spencer is telling the truth here. I mean, maybe if you construe things a certain way, or maybe who knows what their definition of profitable is when it comes to Game Pass. I don't know. But yes, Blue Streak, you're absolutely correct. Blue Streak says Microsoft is playing Amazon's game. Yes, they are. That's exactly what they're doing. It's a viable option. I hate to say it. It is a viable option for any company, any corporate entity that has the resources and the means and the capital to win that way. I mean, yeah, I understand why they would want to, incorporate that as their strategy as to how they're going to win. I get that. But, you can't help but maybe think about, well, I don't know. Like, you're either somebody who believes that there should be rules and there should be some type of fairness in business, or you're somebody who looks at business like war, right? Like, it's not about what's fair. There's no right or wrong. It's fucking war. People who are out there fighting. It's just, you're fighting. Like, when you're in it, you're in it, and that's you're in the shit. I don't know. That I feel like when it comes to how people view things, it's easy to I think for somebody to say, like, why should anybody tell Microsoft what they should or shouldn't be allowed to spend their money on? And I get that. And it's like, yeah, I wouldn't want anybody telling me what I should or shouldn't spend my money on. But at the same time, I feel like that's kind of speaking from a place of ignorance as well, where it's like, well, surely you understand that, like, this isn't just a person. Like, this isn't the equivalent of me telling a person, this is what you should or shouldn't spend your money on. This is a fucking multi-trillion-dollar corporation that has an immense power over the world in some ways. Like, that shit we have to consider. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like it's a bit disingenuous to just be like, oh, who cares? You know? But I don't know. At the rate things are going, it seems like that might be exactly where it ends. Perfect Image, you're saying, going off for the Call of Duty deal, Sony may look like they're leading, but look at Sony's net worth compared to Microsoft. That's why they're fighting. That's why they are fighting to block the deal. Yeah, I mean, look, man, I'll be honest. The truth is, I've seen a couple of Xbox YouTubers recently saying that Sony is scared. Sony is terrified. Sony is they're very scared and terrified. And yeah, they are. Yes, you are correct in that assessment that a multi-billion-dollar company that's trying to be a market leader is very scared of a multi-trillion-dollar company that's also trying to be a market leader in the same industry. Yes. And this is where I don't think people quite look. It's so tough. It's so tough because, as I said, I want to see PlayStation get knocked down a little bit so that way they can fight harder. But at the same time, think of it like this. If this was like a cage match, right? If this was like a cage match where Sony is like a 180 pounds, top tier fighter, winning a bunch of matches, very few losses, and they're gonna basically go up against, but they're let's just say that, going with this analogy, as a fighter, they're really arrogant, and like a lot of people kind of want to see them get, put in their place. And then suddenly the next fight is against, a 235 pound opponent who's maybe like, has got some height on them too, right? It's like people would say, "Oh man, Sony's scared that they're going to get fucking annihilated in this cage match because their opponent it's just like they how are they going to, they would need like some luck on their side basically to not get, and also assuming their opponent is well trained and knows what they're doing, right? It's just not, it just on the surface it's like it's not fair. And that, I hate to say it, but that's kind of what we're looking at. And I feel like I get that yeah, it's like lightweight versus heavyweight. I get that there are people, consumers and Xbox fans who are rooting for Microsoft, but you gotta understand, like, dude, they are, as long as the Xbox gaming division has access to that $2 trillion, that endless amount of money that Microsoft has, and that combined with them getting this deal pushed through, it really is like, it's an unwinnable fight for Sony. It is. And I know that there are going to be people who say that's bullshit. Microsoft's just trying to compete. Guys, you need to, anybody who's trying to tell me or you or anybody else that Microsoft is trying to compete, no, they're fucking not. I don't know how you can actually believe that bullshit take from Microsoft. Listen, if you want to call Sony hypocrites, you're right. You're right. If you want to say that Sony is hypocritical for complaining about potentially losing exclusivity to a certain game while they also have third-party exclusives, or bitching about Call of Duty while they are simultaneously have all of these marketing rights and little exclusivity deals, you're absolutely fucking right. Sony is hypocritical entirely. But you also have to have enough sense to know, to be smart enough to know that just as Sony is bullshitting here by being like, well, that's not fair, man, right? That's not fair. We're not hypocrites. You have to be smart enough to know that what Microsoft is saying is not true. What Microsoft is really saying is this: we tried to compete and we lost. So now we're going to uproot this industry and make it so that we're going to force our competitors that we lost to compete in a different way, to play a different game. And people are saying that, oh, Sony's just upset because Microsoft is beating them at their own game. No, they're not. Microsoft isn't beating Sony at their own game. Microsoft tried to do that and they lost. But instead, Microsoft is doing what you could argue from a business standpoint is the smarter thing. They are now deciding we're going to beat Sony at a game that they can't fucking play. That's the reality, people. And I don't know why people can't see this. I understand. I mean, I guess I understand why they can't see it, because all they see is a good deal in front of their face while another company is saying, please give us $70 for our games. But this is not Microsoft trying to compete. This is Microsoft actually doing quite the opposite. And that's why I do get a little bit worried about my own stance, because it's like, I'm ready for this to end. I want to see Sony get humbled. But at the same time, I don't want to believe. I don't want to believe that Sony is really going to get that fucked up, right? Like, I don't want to believe that Microsoft. I do want to believe Microsoft is what I'm trying to say. Like, when Microsoft says, like, we just want to compete, we just want to give Sony some competition. Like, a part of me does want to be like, I really hope that's true. But I know deep down it's not. You know what I mean? Like, I know Microsoft isn't, that's not what they're trying to do. You know? I want to believe them. That's the problem. Like, I want to believe them, and I wish that it was as simple as that, but it's not. It's the complicated reality is that Microsoft did try to compete against Sony in this game. And there were times where they looked like they were about to turn it around and win, and then they fucked it all up. And when they fucked it up, they really messed it up big time, and they couldn't turn it around. And you know, the only way they could keep their business alive is by doing this, unfortunately. And that is unfortunate for Sony. You could argue that, as I said previously, not to sound like a broken record, but you could argue that this, I know that it would be unrealistic for Sony to go easy on their competitor, especially when their competitor's basically screwing shit up. You know, it's not really how this goes, right? Like, you don't, in a market, when you're beginning to overtake more and more market share, you don't look at your competitor as they're continuing to struggle and say, man, I feel really bad for them. I should maybe ease up and let them come back a little bit. You don't do that. You know, that's no business would ever do that. And Sony didn't do that. And now, unfortunately, this is just the reality settling in of, like, Sony stepped on the gas. They steamrolled the competition, and now they are experiencing an outcome that, you know, I know. I apologize. I apologize, guys. I'll be honest. I was considering just saying I'm going to read all the super chats at the end of the podcast, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to continue to read them. I apologize. I keep deviating into all these different paths after every super chat. So I'll try to keep it moving here. Let me see. Broccoli Rob, you're saying, hope you feel better, MBG. Can I borrow $1? Here's your $1, Rob. Thank you for that. I appreciate the well wishes. Chris Gaming Show, you did retract a message, but then you also said buying Bethesda and Activision is not the way. I want to agree that, yeah, it's not the way that I would want to see it go down. Like, this is not the way I wanted to see Xbox survive, to potentially thrive. I wanted to see them do something different, not have to just buy publishers, but this is where they are. Josh, you're saying, at first I could only play in 45-minute intervals on PSVR 2 for the first couple of days with it, but I can go much longer now. You need to ease into it at first. See, that's so interesting to me. I have seen people talk about that, talk about how, like, you know, if you don't calibrate the image just right, you get like a slight blurry screen or a screen door effect. But got to ease into it. That's interesting to think. Marty Rules, you're saying Sony had a state of play a few weeks ago, though. I know, but come on, man. Like, let's just be honest here. That state of play sucked. Just straight up. That state of play was awful. And that was the type of state of play where it was so uninteresting to me that I'm like, I would have just, this is the kind of stuff you should have just put in blog posts. You know what I mean? That's how that state of play was so bad that it got Rocksteady's game delayed again. So I mean that's not Sony's fault. That's Rocksteady's fault, of course, but tragic. Primal Plasma, you're saying you are the canary in the coal mine when it comes to predicting a console's downfall. Remember Crackdown 3? If you're not happy, it might be a sign. Yeah, I guess you're right there. You're right about that. I am the canary in the coal mine, unfortunately. Damn. That can't be true. I don't want to believe that. Josh, you're saying, I think people were returning their PSVR 2s because the reviews weren't setting proper expectations for it. Mystic actually breaks it down properly and accurately and informs people what they are going to get. And I saw that video you're talking about, and that was a great video, man. And as somebody who hasn't experienced VR, you're right. Like, I watched a lot of different videos when it comes to people reviewing their experience with PSVR 2. And, you know, that's what I found fascinating is when I listened to Mystic's video. I feel like we're bringing him up a lot today on the podcast, but he was being like much more candid than I even expected, only because like I feel like some people would watch that video and almost interpret it as, man, that sounds like a lot of caveats and things that potentially I'm not ready for. But it was really great because I feel like that is the type of stuff that makes people maybe truly, like you say, know what they're going into with something like PSVR 2. And yeah, very interesting how many, I mean, again, you mentioned like there were reviews of people just kind of hyping it up, and yeah, I mean, that's true as well. And you can never really tell, like, is it kind of like false hype or like forced hype, or are they like, do they actually really feel like this thing is just perfect and amazing? But there were quite a few things that he did mention in his video that I didn't hear anybody else talking about. I'm like, these are pretty damn important. You know what I mean? Even as somebody who's not using it, I can tell after listening to it, like, yeah, those are things I'm going to want to know about. So that would explain why maybe, you know, some people did decide that I'm going to return this thing, because I didn't. They just maybe weren't aware. William, thank you, man. You're saying, don't worry, the final decision from both the UK and the EU will come on April 26th for ABK. If both the CMA and EU say no, then it's over. But if the CMA says no, but the EU says yes, it will be up to what the USA decides. See, that's what bothers me about it, is just knowing that like this shit is potentially going to go on for months and months and months. It's like, I want to keep the show going, guys. Like I do. I want to keep doing my podcast. I want to keep the content flowing, but I just do not. I hope a lot more stuff happens. That's all I'm saying, man. Like if this deal is going to keep lingering, I just hope a lot more stuff happens. Yeah, I know some people in the chat are like, oh, this is like an Xbox podcast, but it's like, dude, at this point, in order for me to have, you know, continue the conversation, this is what we got to talk about, you know? I mean, I know people say like you're right. I could just stop talking about it. I'm not saying I don't have a choice. I'm just saying that this is the choice I feel right now I have to make. And it would just be great if, like, you know, next week Sony's like, let's talk about Spider-Man 2. And I'm like, yes, let's talk about Spider-Man 2. Let's do that. All right, let me see. I mean, of course, the conversation about the ABK deal is going to linger a little bit because I have a lot of super chats I'm getting to, and people posted these super chats in the midst of that conversation. Josh, you got 3 super chats back to back. You're saying, so Resident Evil 8 is super visceral and robust in VR, and the controls work very well with the Sense controllers, like it was developed with VR in mind all along. How do you're saying 8 HCOTM? Okay, so Horizon Call of the Mountain. It took me a second to realize that's what that stood for. Is a fantastic showpiece, and honestly makes me feel like Fire Sprite was an amazing pick up by Sony. Great feather to have in their cap. Great buy. And then you say, and GT7 is completely elevated in every possible way. What else is there to say? I noticed everyone who has tried it all say the same thing. Incredible. All in all, these are 3 AAA PSVR 2 exclusives out in its first week, along with 40 plus ports. And I see the common gripe with PSVR 2 is it lacks games. It just shot me down here. I was trying to keep it flowing. You're saying it's crazy we have bots out here still blaming developers and calling them lazy in defense of the Xbox Series S because Microsoft made a horrible decision. Still saying wait for the tools after curb stomping PlayStation and their fans. 12 T-flops, another 12-month subscription for Game Pass, and another delayed promise. People unsubscribed thinking first half money is still gone, best value in gaming. So that was quite a bit that you're unloading there, Josh. So again, just talking about PSVR 2, I will say the standout thing I've noticed is I've seen a lot of people praising Resident Evil 8 in VR. I've seen a lot of people praising Horizon Call of the Mountain, but truly, even still now, I'm seeing videos pop up of people playing or, making videos of talking about playing GT7 in PSVR 2. And out of everything I've heard, like that experience seems to be the one where it's like, holy shit. Like this could be potentially like the killer app right now. Brown Bomber, you're saying Kayak VR is amazing. Yeah, I've seen some people talk about that as well. So yeah, I'm very interested to see what else Sony has up their sleeve for PSVR 2 because I do agree that they do have a pretty decent lineup, I would say. It's so early. It's really difficult, in my opinion, to be able to tell the trajectory of PSVR 2. But I think in the coming years, like in the next 2 to 3 years, we're going to get a much better idea of, just how serious Sony is about this headset. And you mentioned... and at the end of your super chats, Josh, you mentioned how, we're still hearing certain Xbox fans blaming developers for why games are, running a little bit better on PS5 or whatever reason. I'll be honest, like, I kind of have given up on this conversation entirely because, I see it. I see it too. Like, I don't keep up with it so closely that I know every single facet of it. But what I do know is that I'm still seeing some games coming out that are still favoring PS5. And I'm still seeing certain Xbox individuals in the community talking about how it's the developers. They're still not taking advantage of, the RDNA 2 features, whatever it might be. And it's just like, dude, it's got, here's the thing. Just as I'm tired of talking about it in the sense that even when Sony is kind of doing better in this case, I still don't care to talk about it because it's like it's over. You know what I mean? Like it's over. We're in the third year of this generation at this point. And it's just like if those advantages ever come and if those features ever get tapped into, like it's not really going to matter that much. But it'll be so late in the generation. To some people, it'll matter if it happens. But it's just insane. It's just insane to me that it's like you can blame the developers all you want and blame optimization, but at some point you have to ask yourself, like, is it really all of these developers? It's all these different developers and all these different teams and all these different... No, it's not. It's clear that there's something more that has to go into the Xbox Series X version that developers either don't have the time or will to want to do it. And with PS5, I've said this from the start with the PS5. The great thing about it is it's just a single platform. It's just a single console that's really easy to develop for. And I think, I'll be honest, man, I think Sony put their money in let's do the DualSense. And let's do 3D audio. And I know like there are people who maybe don't care about that stuff, but I feel like where Sony decided that's where the extra features will be. I think Microsoft decided to have all these extra development features that developers are just like, do we have to do this? And when they hear that the answer is no, you don't have to, they're like, okay, we're not going to. And then you also couple that with the fact that developers also have to worry about the Xbox Series S. I've been seeing a lot of stuff going on with the Xbox Series S. And I'm just over here. I'm trying not to touch it because I don't care. Look, I thought it was obvious from day one when the time that the Xbox Series S was announced. I'm like, that's going to be a thorn in the side of some games and some developers, guaranteed. And as this generation goes on, you're seeing more and more like it's struggling, man. It's really, really struggling. And people were saying that, at least some people were saying that Sony made a mistake not offering a cheaper alternative, and having a less specced out PS5. And I'm like, I don't think so. I really don't. Like, I don't think that the Series S is terrible. And I know that people who are just looking for a secondary console or for a console that's more affordable, that's great. But the reality is, even now, like we're hearing individuals at Digital Foundry basically talking about how more and more developers are coming out and basically being like, this is getting pretty bad. And don't be shocked. I don't know if it'll happen. I don't know if Microsoft would have the balls to do it, but I would not be shocked if the day comes, like by the 5th year of this generation, where Microsoft's like, we got to drop the S, or like not drop it, but we will let developers decide if they want their games to release on the S or not. I want to see how GTA 6 is going to look on the Series S. That'll be an interesting one. You're saying they cannot drop the S? Probably not. I mean, that would be really dangerous. Yeah, I think that would cause probably... That sounds like a lawsuit or something. Well, I just wonder if it's... it's worth noting that the bulk of this generation so far has been cross-gen. And I do wonder if the Series S ultimately for multi-plat games is going to potentially hold them back. I don't know. Maybe it will. Maybe it won't. All I know is that, dude, what I do know is that when we start to see games like Spider-Man 2, Wolverine, and other exclusive games that Sony has in development just for the PS5, I at least take solace in the fact knowing that they don't... The PS4 Pro and PS4 have essentially been the Series S for PlayStation fans. And a lot of PlayStation fans at this point are now saying, like, okay, we're no more cross-gen, Sony. God of War that's it. Now we got to start seeing these PS5 games. Even PS4 players are like, that's okay. Go PS5 only now. The time has come. And I at least take solace in the fact that there isn't like a lower end PS5 console that could potentially bottleneck certain games that Sony's going to have coming out exclusively. I know that these, a developer like Insomniac, they've just been working with the PS5 architecture and just the PS5 architecture, and they're going to extract every ounce of power and capability out of the PS5 for a game like Spider-Man 2 that they possibly can. That's exciting to me. Same thing with Sucker Punch and the next Ghost of Tsushima. Like I said, Wolverine, the next Naughty Dog title. That shit's exciting to me. It's crazy to think that like we may see a time in like 2026, right, where we're still going to see games being released on the Series S, and I'm just I'm curious what they're going to look like, what it's going to be like. We'll see, man. We'll see. And you know what? Last thing on this topic, I really wonder if with the next set of Xbox consoles, if Microsoft's going to do it again, or you know what I mean? Because if they do another cheaper, less powerful model, then I'd be surprised. I'd be like, I guess maybe it's fine. They've deemed it to be fine. But if not, I think that we have our answer, All right, let me see here. Make sure I didn't miss any. So Easy E, you're saying the merger is definitely affecting Sony's communication. They should be marketing their games. I totally forgot about the Horizon DLC. Yeah, it's not good, man. I didn't cover this when it happened, but I got a vent just for a moment here about Sony. Did you guys see that thing that Sony put out where they called it like PlayStation Playmakers or something like that? And it's basically just Sony saying, look, we're going to be partnering with certain people of influence, icons, whatever, like famous people, dude. So I don't have a problem with LeBron James at all. Nor do I don't have any problem with LeBron James. And I don't even have a problem that Sony wants LeBron James to market the PlayStation brand. My problem is that I was kind of shocked, truly. I was, and like pretty much, I was like face palming when Sony announced a custom faceplate and controller for LeBron James. Like it was a custom LeBron James themed faceplate for the PS5 in a DualSense. And I'm like, so we don't get any custom plates for any of your exclusive games, but we get one for LeBron James. You got to be kidding me. It's stuff like that that genuinely makes me question some of, the marketing team over at PlayStation. Like, what are you guys doing? Like, what are you guys actually doing? I don't mind, like, I totally get that they would want to do something like that, but I just think it's a really bad look to do something like that before even doing it for your own games when fans have been asking for that. Oof. This is what I'm. Look, this is why I went on that rant earlier where I said I don't think I would mind Sony niching down just a little bit. Coming down just a little bit, because we're getting to the point now where Sony's like, we got to pay famous celebrities. I mean, that's nothing new. And apparently, what's interesting though? I will say apparently LeBron James is actually a PlayStation fan. So that's kind of cool. I think we've all seen that image of way back in the day, LeBron James like carrying around his PS2, taking it around with him, when going from game to game. So that's pretty cool. But I don't know. I just wish that Sony would just sometimes not do things like that, because it just makes it seem like they're a little bit out of touch. Although I will say they did get Ozzy Osbourne to do a commercial for PSVR 2, and now that was really cool to me. That was funny because I'm like, damn, I would have never thought that they would have gotten Ozzy to, especially now considering how old he is, to do an advertisement for PSVR 2. I mean, I'm literally sitting there watching Ozzy with a PSVR 2 headset talking about how he's trying to kill a fucking Thunderbird or some shit like that. I'm like, that's wild. Let me see here. Moving along, I have SDO. You're saying, forget Take-Two, give me Bandai Namco. Yeah, again, another. As far as I'm aware, Bandai Namco is doing pretty good. So I don't think Sony would. I don't think Sony would have any hope or prayer to acquire them. I don't think that they would want to be acquired. One of the things that we've seen Sony do, and we will continue to see them do, is invest in these companies and become like minority, shareholders. That's to help them for sure. That's to help PlayStation. Top Shotta, you're saying Sony cannot buy a publisher. They made the argument against buying publishers to the regulators. Sony's own words will come back and bite them. Well, yeah, but I don't know about that, man. I don't know about that. Like, I only say that because it's like, you're right that Sony will look like hypocrites to a certain degree if this deal passes, if they're like, we're going to buy our own publisher. But at the same time, regulators included, like, Sony will have the argument to make to regulators that our competition just bought one of the biggest independent publishers for $68 billion. I think we're okay to buy one publisher ourselves. And I think that will overrule pretty much anything Sony has said. And I think even the public would look at that and be like, yeah, that's kind of fair. You know what I mean? PS Gamer, you're saying, hey, MBG, I hope you and your family are doing well. Well, thank you so much, man. We are doing good. You're saying, and I hope Microsoft or MSMBG doing good. Microsoft MBG. I hope Mrs. MBG is doing good. I read that wrong. I've been following your channel for the past 2 years. Well, she's on the road to recovery. She's doing better each day, each week. It's still rough going, but we're getting there. We're getting there. So I definitely appreciate the well wishes as always. And yeah, I appreciate your continued support, man. 2 years is a long time. So I hope you stick around. And you're saying, and you have a couple more here that I just noticed a couple super chats in a row. You're saying best PlayStation channel ever. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Quick question coming to my mind. 2 months before God of War Ragnarok, you say, I believe you received an email from someone who claims that he had the God of War story and leaked some stuff to you. I was wondering if that guy was a scam or if the leak was true. Yeah, dude, I actually remember what you're talking about. Way back, yeah, it's not that far, but it feels like it. A couple months before God of War Ragnarok came out, I talked on one of my podcast episodes about how I got this it was a long ass email of somebody telling me everything that happens in God of War Ragnarok. And it was so lengthy that I really thought, like, this is really intricate. Like, I don't know why somebody would just email something like this, making it up. But maybe, I mean, I guess if they really thought that I would run with it and talk about it, maybe that's their incentive to do so. But I will tell you that it was wrong, dude. It sounded believable, but there were things that they said that would happen and like certain sequence events, like it was made up ultimately. And I was curious to know too, because I did go back and check after I completely finished the game, because it would have been a hell of a thing if I went back and it's like, wow, that was an accurate, like somebody actually leaked that to me. But yeah, they were talking about areas that you could go to that just you couldn't, like, you never went there in the game. They were talking about how, there's a whole segment where you wield Mjolnir and whatever, and you get to use it as your weapon, and that never happened, obviously. So there was a bunch of stuff that it sounded like it plausible, like it could have been believable, but I did tell you guys, like, I decided I wasn't going to share it because, it seems like it might not, it seems too good to be true, and I also don't want to spoil it, so just in case it was. But yeah, I'm surprised you remember that, PS Gamer. That was quite a while ago. And very interesting, very interesting. And also, thank you for the extra $10 super chat. I appreciate that, bud. Maxwell, you're saying, when are we going to talk about the $5 billion that Sony have left? Yeah, I'm going to talk about that next. Oh man, that's so weird. So I will tell you guys, one of the problems with super chats is that the reason why I end up getting so behind in super chats is because my computer lies to me a little bit, or at least YouTube does. I'm looking at the sidebar and it tells me, like, oh, I'm almost scrolled to the bottom. So I see that and I think to myself, I'm almost caught up on my super chats. And then when I scroll down once, it just like extends and it's like, oh, actually I'm not close to the bottom. So I still have a few more here. Not too many, but I'm going to talk about that next, man. Keith, you're saying, if the deal fails, how will Sony make amends with Activision? That's the thing, is I think people need to understand that it's not Activision that Sony would have to, quote unquote, make amends with, right? Like, it's the bridge between Activision and Sony is, look, what I'm trying to say is that Activision will need Sony. It's as plain and simple as that. Like, you're saying, if this deal doesn't go through, dude, listen to me. Activision, I hate to say, no, I don't hate to say it. It's just true. If it went through or fell through and this deal got blocked, Activision would basically have to walk back to Sony with their tail between their legs. That's what would have to happen. And Sony knows that. And I'm sure Sony would love that. But that's the reality. Activision Blizzard would sink without Sony. Or if not sink, they would be really in deep shit. Because as the document revealed, Activision Blizzard's total revenue, 13% of their total revenue across the entire company was due to PlayStation. How much revenue did Xbox make? It turns out that they didn't even report it because it made so little. It didn't even take up 1%. So yeah, if this were to, if anything, I know people don't want to believe it, but Activision would probably have to apologize to Sony and being like, well, no. I mean, they wouldn't apologize to Sony. They would be pissed. Like the board of Activision would be so unbelievably pissed off, but it is a business at the end of the day. They wouldn't apologize, but they would probably have to turn to Sony and be like, okay, look, Sony, it turns out we maybe did have a pretty good thing going with the deals we had. So maybe we can renegotiate that. And Sony absolutely would. Sony would be like, yeah, I think we can. And it would just be like, nothing ever happened. If this deal fails, things will go back between Sony and Activision like nothing ever happened, because it's business, and everybody in the boardroom, no matter how pissed off they are about how much money they could have made, at that point, it's going to go back down to, well, how much money can we still make? And you don't have that conversation as an independent Activision Blizzard without talking to Sony. And that's how I see it anyway. But Keith, based off of projections, I don't know, it seems like Microsoft may actually, I think it seems like Microsoft is actually going to get this to go through. I mean, nobody can prove that, but I'm just assuming it's going to go through. I work under the assumption that this deal is going to go through. I fully expect it to. And if it doesn't, I mean, oh boy, that'll be an interesting day. Clarence, you're saying, so Sony competes when last gen got market advantage, more studios and more third-party deals. They have it coming. Sorry for you. No, you don't have to feel sorry for me, man. If Sony's day of reckoning comes, it's just the nature of the beast, man. I'm if the shit hits the fan for Sony at some point, I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh man, I can't believe it. No, Sony has experienced a lot of success in gaming for a long time. They haven't been completely dominant the entire time, but ever since the PS1, man, all the way to where we are with the PS5, they've been experiencing just a tremendous amount of success, and it hasn't really come crashing down except for maybe at the beginning of the PS3 generation, and then they picked it back up and saved it. If things go south for Sony at some point, the way I won't be too concerned, because the way I'll view it is, look, Sony's been here before and they have much more experience. They have a lot more experience now. And if Sony ultimately gets burned by some of the business practices that they've implemented for years in the end, then that again, it's how the old saying goes. Like, if you're willing to live by the sword, then you have to be prepared to die by the sword. And when I look at Sony and the fact that they've, like, I'm not going to sit here and pretend that Sony hasn't made some anti-consumer moves at times and done some questionable things to get where they are. Every company that gets to the top has absolutely done very questionable things in some cases to get there. That's not a secret. Again, that's the nature of business. But I just feel that, it's one of these things where, as I said, I'm not really entirely opposed to seeing Sony maybe get a fire lit under their ass, so to speak. That to me could be exciting, because I think Sony, like, that's the thing is, when I talk about Sony being pushed harder and again, I'm not advocating for Sony to get obliterated by some bullshit like Amazon tactic where we're just going to wait it out until all our competitors die slowly and wither. I just mean like I want to see Sony kind of forced to have to rely more on their core audience. That's what I mean. And that's fun to me because you can see in the past, like when Sony has to rely on their core audience, and really focus in on that, it's exciting. You know, that's, I think, when you see Sony really kind of engaging with the fan base in a way that these days it's more sterile in a way. You know, it's more business as usual. It's here's a blog post, here's this, you know what I mean? And so I wouldn't be opposed to that. So I'm not necessarily saying like you don't have to feel sorry for me, man. It's at the end of the day, you know what they say, every dog has their day, and that's why I try to. I also want people to keep in mind that, you know, with the I know this topic has been going on way too long, but a lot of people think that what Microsoft is doing with Activision Blizzard, but trust me, there are a lot of people who think this actually is going to be good for the industry. Like genuinely, like they think that Microsoft owning one of the biggest independent publishers in the industry will only be good for this industry. And I hope they're right in the end, because that's a dangerous game to play. To give a multi-trillion-dollar company who has had a history of being insidious with things like this, to give them the benefit of the doubt so willingly and so easily, and to just assume that it will all work out for the better. In my opinion, you are playing a very dangerous game doing that, because while Sony may end up reaping what they sow for making third-party exclusivity deals, and now you could say like some PlayStation fans are getting frustrated because now Sony's being called out on their hypocrisy, whatever. Yeah, that's part of that. That is what it is, right? But when it comes to this Activision Blizzard deal, something on this scale, something of this size, I really, really hope that those who are saying this will be good for the industry in the end, I hope you're right. Because if you're wrong, oh boy, it's going to be, if you are wrong and this deal goes through, things are going to change. This is going to be the beginning of things really changing. And I don't know if that means they're going to change for the good, for the better, or for the worse. But I will tell you this, and I don't care how this comes off. I'm just fucking being real. I'm not saying Sony's perfect. I'm not saying Sony hasn't made mistakes. I'm not saying Sony hasn't put out shit games. I'm not saying Sony hasn't fucked over their customers at times. No, Sony is not perfect, and they never will be. But what I can say is that when it comes to Microsoft and the way that they have handled, like the things that they have done in the gaming industry since the time they entered the gaming industry, I have no fucking idea how anybody can have any faith in this company, literally at all. And I'll be honest, I don't think people actually have faith in Microsoft. I think the reason why people rally around Microsoft in 2023 is because Microsoft is appealing to them in the way that it makes it very, very easy for any regular person like myself or you to be happy with them, because they're saying, we'll give you a great deal that you can't deny. We'll give you Game Pass. We'll give you access to all these games. We'll get some day one games on Game Pass. We'll buy publishers. We'll buy exclusives. We'll make more exclusives. And it all sounds so fucking great on the surface. And even as you're experiencing it, at times it is great where it's like, damn, I'm saving all this money. I'm getting games like Wo Long, day one in the Game Pass. And that's awesome. That's great. You say Game Pass is the future of gaming. Well, we'll see about that. I don't know that I necessarily believe that. But all I'm saying is that I think it's fucking insane that people just have so much faith and trust in Microsoft. And that's all. Look, that's all it comes down to. I'm not saying that I'm unwilling to hear certain reasons that people might bring up. People might have some great reasons. But just for me personally, the thing that I find most shocking about all this, it's not the fact that Sony comes off hypocritical. It's not the fact that Sony is trying so hard to hang on to Call of Duty. It's not the fact that a lot of Xbox fans want this deal to go through, or a lot of people who are subscribed to Game Pass. It really is just the fact that people seem so trusting of Microsoft, like just so willing to ignore their past and their history and their failures, and to just assume that this is going to be good. But hey, if you're optimistic about it and you think it will be good, then I'm not against you. I hope you are correct. I do. Wrestling Mark, you're saying like people with Sony. Yeah, but here's one caveat with that though. You see, I don't put my faith into Sony as a corporation, as a company, to say, I think Sony has my best interest at heart. No, I don't. I don't think that Sony is going to make all the right decisions. I don't think Sony is perfect. If you actually think about it, really the only thing I've ever really honed in on and focused on when it comes to Sony is Sony gets the thing that they need to get right consistently. Sony delivers good games. Sony delivers good games consistently. And yes, I have to pay for them, but to me, that's a perfectly fine, relationship. Like, you put out a good, high quality game, I pay for it and enjoy it. It's a win-win. The thing that I'll never get over with Game Pass is, I think like it's great that people can get access to experiencing these different third-party games. I like that. Like, I like the fact that people who are subscribed to Game Pass, they can look forward to Microsoft just dropping all these games in. It really is, from a consumer standpoint, a fucking win. It is. There's no doubt about that. But my whole thing, and what it has been for just so long, is like, I get that. I get it. But like, what has, I know this is going to sound like a fucking fanboy statement. And maybe it is. But like, what has Microsoft done other than buying games and buying IP and buying publishers, right? And buying these third-party deals? What have they done to prove that they don't suck as like a video game publisher, as a platform that is there to create games? What have they proven? They released Hi-Fi Rush. Okay, yeah, but were they the ones who greenlit Hi-Fi Rush? Microsoft didn't own Tango Gameworks when Hi-Fi Rush was in development. That game's been in development for multiple years, or at least I don't think it was. Look, I'm not trying to argue. I mean, look, I know people think that I want to argue and be like, let me tell you why Game Pass sucks. I'm not saying Game Pass sucks. This isn't, to be honest, this isn't a conversation about Game Pass. It's not Game Pass. Because I see people talking about like Game Pass is better. Like, dude, I'm not. This isn't an argument against Game Pass. This is about Microsoft and their ability to manage talent, to manage studios. And I don't know, man. Like, doesn't anybody take a step back and maybe think like, Microsoft has fumbled over and over and over again with their own games, with their own IP, with their own studios, with their own talent. And no one seems to care, at least not as much as they should, in my opinion, that Microsoft's solution to this is, rather than getting better, we're going to buy entities that have already mastered this, and we're just going to basically slap our logo on it and say it's ours. And that's how we're going to win. And if we can put that shit into our own service, well then boom. I don't know, man. I don't want to see Sony become that, because I wouldn't be able to get behind that. And I think that for me, that's ultimately what my personal issue with Microsoft, with Xbox specifically, is. And I mean, maybe to some people that sounds like a fanboy thing, but in my mind, that doesn't sound very fanboyish, because I don't care about the good deals. You know what I mean? I think that's, again, good. And if you're somebody where it's like, it's important to you, where it's like, maybe it's not always just about the quality of a game. Maybe how much you're paying for it is also important. I get that. And I respect that. But I just think that the hardest pill for me to swallow with this entire situation, and with all of the rhetoric and all the back and forth, and one of the things that has made me so sick and tired of it, is that I've realized, and I've accepted by this point, that a lot of people do not care. Like, a lot of people do not care about the thing that, in my opinion, matters most. And I guess maybe it was always going to be that way. But people wonder why I celebrate and I get excited to see, Sony talk about, hey, God of War Ragnarok, 11 million copies in less than 3 months, breaking a record. And people are like, why the fuck do you care how much money they're making? I don't give a shit how much money Sony's making off this game. I care about the fact that people care about this fucking game enough to go buy a fucking console and then buy the game at full price. Because if you play God of War Ragnarok, I'm not trying to make it a console war thing. I'm not. But doesn't anybody fucking realize that a game of that caliber has not released onto Game Pass? And the only time people say, well, yeah, it will though. Like, they say it's gonna, like, that's gonna come. And I'm gonna ask, like, from who? And you know what they say? From the studios Microsoft bought. So you're telling me that while Sony spent decades cultivating their studios and their talent to get to a point where our game series that we've, nurtured over the decades has now reached a new peak, right? And yeah, we still ask full price for it, because we're not trying to, we have confidence in our product and we think it's worth the money we're asking, right? Like, I just don't understand how people are so okay with the so-called competition who just wants to compete, failing to do anything even remotely close to that level. And the only way they can even get remotely close to it is by buying another fucking company that has already figured it out. I don't know, man. That's weak shit to me. That is weak shit that you could call me a fanboy. You can say I'm ridiculous. You can say I'm extreme, but that's genuinely how I feel, man. It is. I just as if Sony bought Square Enix and suddenly Sony owns Final Fantasy, I'm not going to say, well, Sony's responsible for Final Fantasy's greatness. No, they're fucking not. No, they are not. But whatever. All right, let me see. I apologize. I went on another fucking tangent there. Top Shoutout, you're saying Microsoft is not interested in making deals. They are becoming the deal. Competitors won't be able to sell their hardware without Microsoft games. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it, Top Shoutout. That's eloquent, I think. They are becoming the deal. You're right. Exactly. Even with my rant, what's the big thing that I've been talking about? the deal. I saw that. By the way, I didn't really care too much because it's not a game I'm looking forward to. But I saw that Starfield was delayed to September or something, to the end of this year. And some people are thinking that it's going to be Starfield and Spider-Man going head to head. Maybe. I mean, I think they're two different games, but like vastly so. But something I saw people pointing out is how Microsoft's show that they did last year was centered around, they're like, here are all the games you're going to be playing in the next 12 months. And like, and Starfield was like the biggest game there. And people were like, you got to be kidding me, man. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think most people saw the Starfield delay coming from a mile away. But yeah. Let me see. 18 May, you're saying, thank you so much, MBG, for the consistent streams. Life can be tough, and it's great to know to have 4 hours of distraction every Sunday. It's appreciated. Well, hey man, I'm like I said to Mark earlier, I'm really glad I can be here for you guys. I know what it's like. I listen to a few podcasts myself occasionally, and yeah, it is interesting how sometimes you kind of get into these routines and it becomes just part of your weekly routine. And that's why I try so hard to not miss an episode of Press X podcast. I know like even an episode like this, it's like, oh my God, MBG, all you've talked about. Like I should have just titled this podcast like, let's talk about the Activision Blizzard deal. Let's talk about Sony opposing it. I get that, but this is why I still try each week, even when I don't feel well, to get an episode out. Because I mean, don't get me wrong, you guys support the channel, and that's a big. Without that support, I couldn't be here doing it. But it's also because I do know that like there are people who really look forward to it, and I know what that's like. I know what it's like to be on the other end of that. Is like you have that weekly routine, and you appreciate it. And so I'm very appreciative of the appreciation, man. So thank you so much for that. Thank you, 18 May. That's a generous super chat. Alex the Game Cat, you're saying, will you be getting the PSVR 2? As I said in the past, I hope to at some point. Right now, it's not necessarily viable for me. The biggest reason I'm avoiding it right now is mainly because, well, I mean, Hogwarts Legacy just came out, but now I'm making way for RE4 Remake. There are 3 games that I'm actually really looking forward to coming out in a very short time frame. RE4 Remake, Star Wars Jedi Survivor, and believe it or not, Dead Island 2. I think Dead Island 2 actually looks really fun. These 3 games are dropping in a very short time frame. And then not too long after that, Final Fantasy 16, which is a game that I want to make sure there's nothing else distracting me from that game when it drops. So for me, it's more about trying to make sure I can have the time, because the thing is, as I said, I haven't had the time, as much time in the game as I would like, and so it's a matter of delegation and making sure I'm setting aside time for a game that I like. It's prioritization, basically, is what I'm trying to say. So for me, PSVR 2 is not the priority at the moment, and I don't feel bad waiting, because as I'm waiting, I know that there's only going to be more and more games that come out for it, and so there will certainly be a time at some point in the future where there's going to be a major drought, right? It happens. There's going to be a major drought, and I'm going to be dying for something new to play. And that's when the golden opportunity of, oh, wait, PSVR 2, it's there waiting for me with a bunch of new games. So that's kind of where I stand right now with PSVR 2. Dr. Moda 989, you're saying, what is your history with Twisted Metal, if any, favorite character? So that's a good question. I actually do not have a rich history with Twisted Metal. My cousin was always a big fan of Twisted Metal, and I played it way back in the day. I think it was like either the first or second Twisted Metal we played together. And I mean, honestly, I don't know many of the characters, but Sweet Tooth is the one that I'm most familiar with because he was the one that's like always being marketed. So that's kind of why I'm interested in seeing what Sony does with the upcoming Twisted Metal game, because I am one of these people where I see that there's a lot of love for Twisted Metal, and I see a lot of PlayStation fans being like, dude, it's one of my favorite games, one of my favorite series. I can't wait to see it come back. But I do know that Sony is well aware that a lot of people are not familiar with Twisted Metal, and they're going to try to bring on a new audience. And I feel like I'm kind of in that audience, right? Like I'm one of the newcomers where it's like I'm not really that familiar with the series. I like the concept of it. I know the concept of it. I know about Sweet Tooth. But they have a TV show coming up and they have a new game coming out. And I'm like, all right, well, I'm going to dive into Twisted Metal and let's see what it's all about. Excuse me. I feel like I can really feel my sinuses beginning to get stuffed up here. So yeah, I'm like I said, man, I'm looking forward to getting that first Twisted Metal reveal. Waved Max, you're saying Last of Us final episode for season 1 is almost here. Absolutely, dude. Absolutely. Episode 8 was awesome. I will say though, I do share a similar sentiment with some of the complaints out there. Some people are complaining that there's just not enough infected action going on. Like, you know, like there's really only been like 1 or 2 major scenes with the infected. And yeah, I feel like episode 8 would have been an episode where, you know, it covered David's section, and in that section, the infected play a pretty vital role. I understand it's more about the human element in this case, for sure. But the reason why I feel like the infected should have had a presence in episode 8, and I'm just, it's not because I feel like it was absolutely a necessity, but it's because if the whole point of painting David as a monster, right, David's character in The Last of Us and his group and, you know, the cannibals and whatnot, basically trying to convey to you that, you know, other people and humans are much more terrifying in some cases than the infected. I feel like another great way to help convey that is let there be a section of the episode where they are fighting the infected. And then, you know, because like, oh, that's intense, that's a threat. But then as you begin to see that David, because that was the thing that was missing in the episode, is if you play The Last of Us, one of the things that happens from the start to get Ellie to maybe trust David a little bit, because she's, you know, automatically like, I don't trust this dude, is you kind of get ambushed by the infected and he saves her, you know, and he's helping her kill the infected. And that just naturally leads to Ellie having a certain level of trust where it's like, okay, maybe this guy is good. You know, maybe this group is good. And I thought that was really important because that was not present in the in the episode, and I feel like it really could have used that. But all in all, I think the episode was still really good. I gotta say this though, and this is no offense to the actor who played David in episode 8 of The Last of Us HBO. This is because he was a great actor. I think he did an amazing job. But man, I really gotta give it to. Yeah, a little bit of a spoiler if you haven't been watching the show. I got to give it to Nolan North for his performance as David in the game. Because I got to say, like, after watching this episode, it made me appreciate his performance in the game even more. Because I'll be honest with you, I think Nolan North, they should have just straight up got Nolan North to play David, because I think his performance as David in the game was frankly much more disturbing, and he had the only thing I will say about Nolan North's performance that he would have had to have changed for the show is I could be wrong, but I feel like Nolan North gave David this unsettling voice. And maybe that made it great, because I understand that they want you to believe that David could be a good guy, and they want you to maybe think he could be a good person. You know, and I get that, but I do like the fact that Nolan North, with his performance as David, he had just this little nuanced sound to his voice that just kind of made it seem like it made you a little bit uncomfortable. You know, and I kind of like that. Also, not to be that guy here, but I noticed in the show they made it like they were like a religious cult. You know, like they were a Christian religious cult. Was that? I don't recall that being part of the game. Like I don't recall them being any type of religious cult, that they were just kind of a cult that was survived. I don't know, just this guy David was their leader. That to me was a little bit strange because it just felt like kind of unnecessary, like I don't know. It just, to me, it added a layer that it didn't need to be there. But dude, the funniest thing to me real quick is I'm looking at this super chat. Kilmiggy says, bro, move on to another topic. And it's just so funny that I happened to like come across that as I've already moved on to another topic. But yeah, just to say, episode 9, the season finale. Okay, so the cat's already out of the bag. This is not a spoiler. They posted this on the official Last of Us Twitter. Anna, Ellie's mom, is going to be in this episode, the series finale, and it's being played by Ashley Johnson, which I gotta say, awesome move, dude. Like to get the voice actress and who did the mocap for Ellie to bring her in as Ellie's mom is the coolest move ever. I gotta admit, I wish Troy Baker. They brought in Troy Baker in episode 8. He plays Joel in the game, and come on, look. I know I sound a little bit bitchy here, but really, you give him the role, the guy who played Joel in the game, you give him the role of David's right-hand man who gets killed in the shittiest way possible by getting a cleaver to the neck. Come on. I don't know, man. I thought that he would have had like a more prominent role, but it's fine. I mean, realistically, that's probably the only role they could realistically give him. It would have been, what would have been great? It would have been great if they could have let Troy Baker play David. Now that would have been some shit right there. But I just want to say that recently the actress who plays Ellie, Bella Ramsey, she said that the season finale of The Last of Us HBO is going to as she put it, massively divide fans. And I feel like surely she has to be talking about people who don't know the story of The Last of Us. But I gotta say, man, I'm very, 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 very interested in this season finale, because I think that the ending of The Last of Us, it really is what makes the game. I mean, everything that came before it obviously makes it as well, but that ending had to land in such a specific way in order, in my opinion, to really allow that game and that story, The Last of Us 1, to have the impact it did. And frankly, it's why another reason why the second game of The Last of Us just didn't do it for me enough is because I genuinely felt like the story of The Last of Us 1 and the way it ended, I would have been totally fine if they just never showed us Ellie and Joel again and said that that's the fucking story. That's the game. And that's how it ends. Because I felt like it was in such a perfectly ambiguous spot that people can kind of look at it and take it for how they want to see it. And then I feel like with the second game, they're like, actually, we want to tell you how you're going to see it. And I kind of didn't like that. But I'm really interested in how they do this finale, because I really feel like it's clear they're changing things to a degree. And that's important. Well, I don't want to say changing things. They're adding, at the very least, we know they're adding a scene with Ellie's mother. And that was something we've never seen. We've never seen Ellie's mother in the games. There was never a cutscene. There was references, of course, but we've never actually seen it. And so here's what's interesting to me. This season finale is 45 minutes long. That's not that long. And they have a lot of ground to cover in this ending. And there's also going to be a new added scene. I'm just curious to see, like, are they going to put focus on, you know what? I'm going to stop there because I don't want to spoil anything. If you're somebody who hasn't played the game and you happen to be watching the series finale tonight, I'm not going to spoil anything, but all I'm saying is I'm very, very interested to see what they might change. And yeah. So saying minimal action. Yeah, I mean, I will say the ending of the game, there's a shit ton of action. Like they ramp the action up to like 12. Because it's a game, and by that point, they have to throw everything at you. I think there's going to be a little bit more action in this episode, but yeah, I think they're obviously going to have to tone it down a bit. We have PS Previewer or PS Reviewer 100. You're saying if the deal falls through, Xbox literally has nothing except for Bethesda, which releases games every 10 years, and that simply isn't enough. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I do believe Microsoft to a degree when they say we need this to go through. I know Xbox or Phil Spencer kind of downplayed it, but isn't that interesting though? Isn't that interesting how we have Xbox's president, Brad Smith, he goes up in front of the regulators and he says, the reason we need Activision Blizzard is because what we have now simply isn't enough for Game Pass and for Xbox. It's not enough. And then not too long after that, we get an interview with Phil Spencer where he's like, oh yeah, no, Xbox will be totally fine if this deal gets blocked. We're not going anywhere. It's like, what? Like, I feel like those are kind of, they go against one another. Rashdan V2, you're saying core audience doesn't multiply their money or grow. Yeah, that is true. That is true. And I get that, but let's be honest. It's not like PlayStation hasn't been growing. Even Xbox to a degree. I mean, I don't know. I feel like Xbox could I feel like Xbox as a brand, even without Game Pass, like let's just say Game Pass never was created. I do think that if they could have like fixed the quality of their games to a degree or improve over time, I think their brand would have grown for sure. I do think that. Crimson X25, you're saying what? Very fanboyish. It's like saying a sports team wins a championship after trading for a superstar talent. So what? Who cares? That's the nature of the business. Nintendo played their own game as well, doing just fine. Well, Crimson X25, dude, I completely understand that sentiment as well. And I know you're referencing that big tangent I went on where I'm basically saying that I kind of have a problem with the fact that Microsoft has deemed it necessary to buy talent and to buy established IP and studios because they can't get their shit together. I get that. As I said over and over again, like I understand it's the nature of business. You're saying who cares? Well, I do. I care only because it's like, I don't know, maybe I am naive for having this mentality and maybe it just speaks to my personality a little bit, but I just am not a fan of making moves out of desperation. And I don't know why, but that is just that's just kind of how I am. I can't respect it. I feel like there's just something wrong with it. I can understand it. But like you're comparing it to like a sports team. Like what Microsoft is doing is the equivalent of they have players on their team that frankly suck and can't win games and so what they have to do now in order to win and to potentially get to the championship is they now have to buy players and sign on players and talent that can do that for them. And yeah, I mean, like from that perspective, it's like, well, yeah, why wouldn't they do it? I guess it's just, again, it's one of these things where even in sports, I kind of don't respect it. You know what I mean? I get why, but it's like, I'll put it to you this way. It's like if I'm rooting for a team, like a football team, and our team is not doing great. The potential's there, but we just like we need to be better and we're struggling. And it's like, well, there's work to be done, as they say. And then it's just like, you know what? No, we're going to just sign like this QB who's considered one of the best in the league. Has played for another team, won him a bunch of Super Bowls. I know this is basically like a Tom Brady reference here, but like we're going to sign him and he's going to be who gets us to the Super Bowl, damn it. He's going to do it for us. Yeah, no, everybody was already thinking Tom Brady. Like, I still feel like that just kind of isn't, yes, like you won the Super Bowl. You did it, but you needed this one guy. Like this one guy, you needed to buy him to make that happen. You know, and don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to equate sports to video games. They are different. Money is going to be spent. You're going to buy no matter what, of course. Sony bought studios. Sony's buying studios. I guess I'm just saying that, I don't know. There's just something much more interesting and respectable, in my opinion, when you see some, I don't say someone, but like, could be someone, could be a team, could be a brand, whatever it is, make their way to the top by, I don't want to say untraditional means or unconventional means, but by more genuine means. I know that it is, at the end of the day, everything in America and in the world, it's all big business. I get that. Like, I understand that decisions have to be made, and like, fuck it, you know, like we can't do that. We can't afford to do that. We don't have the time to do that. We don't have the capital to do that. I get it. But that's why, and you know, one thing you do point out, Crimson, is you say Nintendo played their own game and they're doing just fine. And you're right. You are right. And that's why I know that no matter how much bitching I do about the way Xbox is doing things and how I can't like respect it, you're right. That doesn't, like, my opinion on that doesn't mean jack shit. Truthfully, it doesn't. I know I appreciate you guys wanting to hear me out sometimes on it, and I don't mind sharing my opinion on it. But I understand that at the end of the day, Sony's going to have to worry about themselves and worry about their brand and worry about their shit when this deal's done. You know what I mean? And I guess my hope is that like Sony is aware that it's not the end of the world if Microsoft in some way begins. I don't know if it'll happen, but the way Sony's talking, you think it would. It's not the end of the world or PlayStation's success if Microsoft begins to overshadow them with Game Pass. That doesn't take away Sony's talent. That doesn't take away their studios. That doesn't take away their games, their IP. That doesn't take away their ambition. That doesn't take away anything. The only thing it may actually take away from Sony, at least in the short term, I cannot speak to the long term. We talked about this earlier. We don't know what the long-term implications are. It could be devastating. But in the short term, it might take away some of Sony's revenue. It might take away some of their market share. It might make things a little bit more difficult for them. And that's why I've just continued to say that. I mean, I've always said, and I will continue to say that I would have preferred to see Microsoft do it in a less superficial way. You know, I would have preferred to see Microsoft, as I said, basically say, you know what? We don't need a guarantee. We just need to keep fucking pushing and keep trying, and we need to learn, and we need to really figure out, like, how do we make a competent, talented, well-oiled studio, and how do we grow them to keep producing better and better results? How do we do that? And I feel like Microsoft could never quite figure that out. And I feel like it has just resulted in them being like, well, we can't figure it out, so we have to just buy somebody who has it figured out. And I'm not saying, I know, Crimson, the angle you're getting at is you're basically saying like, it's business, man. It's not about what's fair. I get that. It may not even be about what's right necessarily. But I just can't help but inject my own personal feelings into matters like this. And one of the things truly that has attracted me to PlayStation, as I know some people might laugh at it and think, that's ridiculous, but it really is the fact that when I hear that Sony is working on an exclusive game with a second party studio, not a third party, but a second party relationship. Like they're actively involved in its development and they're maybe funding it a little bit, or XDev is working on it. What gets me excited about this is that Sony has identified something in that team that they believe they can like help grow. And I feel like when you look at studios like Housemarque, right? Housemarque is a perfect example of like a studio that really started small. Sony continued to work with them and help them and grow them without buying them. And they kind of just got to a point where it's like, you know, we've been working together for a really long time and we've been funding your games and you guys have been growing and getting better and better. And it's like, we should go the next step and bring you on and facilitate even further growth that could go, you know, that could be taken to a point that maybe wasn't possible without us acquiring you. The problem with what Microsoft's doing is that it's the, like, for me anyway, is they're doing the opposite. Like they're buying things that aren't necessarily going to grow. And they're buying things that have found a way to grow without Microsoft. You know, and it's like, I know people are going to say, well, Game Pass is going to give millions more people, like they're going to be way more people who play Starfield than otherwise would have. And it's like, I don't know about that. I mean, maybe. I mean, logically, it feels like, well, it's cheaper to access it. So yeah, probably. But I'm just thinking like, dude, I don't think Starfield would have had a problem selling millions upon millions upon millions of copies at full price. I think Bethesda's reputation, at least when it comes to like these full-blown AAA RPGs, speaks for itself. And I just think to me, it's just kind of not nasty, but it's just crummy to like see a company be like, oh shit, we could use that. Like we could use that to boost our subscription service. You know? It's like that to me is not, that's not, like that mentality is not going to get you where you, in my opinion, where you need to be, you know? But then again, I'll try to look at it glass half full. Maybe the great benefit of Microsoft buying these competent, well-oiled publishers, such as Bethesda and Activision, is maybe this is how they learn. Maybe they get a close look into, oh, so this is how you run a team, and this is how you run a competent studio, and this is how you cultivate talent. Maybe it'll be the best thing that ever happens to Xbox. I don't know. Surely it'll have to result in something, right? But saying Hi-Fi Rush got 2 million players thanks to Game Pass. Yeah, I mean, it's stuff like that where it's like, dude, I mean, it's not all bad. Again, I don't mean to paint a picture like it's all bad. It's not all bad. It's not like every single thing Xbox does is just, you know, poop, right? Like it's not. It's Game Pass has its benefits for creators and developers, and I acknowledge that. And we'll just, you know, we'll have to see as time goes on just how far that actually goes. Let me see here though. PS Previewer 100, you're saying Microsoft never did anything with any of the studios they acquired. I have to admit, I am a little bit concerned about that. Like that to me was kind of strange. Microsoft announced in 2018 that they bought like Playground Games, that they bought Ninja Theory, that they bought Undead Labs, that they bought Compulsion Games. And dude, you are right in that we haven't seen barely anything. We haven't seen anything of Fable. We haven't seen anything of Compulsion's next game. We haven't seen anything from Undead Labs. We've seen some Hellblade 2, which I think certainly looks promising. But it's stuff like that that makes me be like, what the fuck is going on, man? You know, like I just got to wonder, like, what is going on? And we haven't seen anything from the other studio that they made as well, which is, what are they called? The Initiative. And that's not me trying to pick on Microsoft. But if anything, it just kind of highlights, like, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, that's true. They have Obsidian, and Obsidian has done great work for them. Double Fine, yeah. So it's not all bad. Like I said, it's not all bad. It's just every team needs good players, MBG. Weird analogy. Well, just to take it one step further, and I'll end it here, that is true. Every team needs good players. And let me ask you, what happens to a sports team that has good players with a ton of potential? Like, their potential is right there. It just needs to be unlocked. And everybody knows it. But instead, they go on a massive losing streak. Whose fault is that at that point? Is it the player's fault, or is it the coaches and the staff? It's like, at some point, it becomes clear it's the coaches and the staff that are the fucking problem, not the players. And I would argue that every great player, in order to become a great player, in order to reach that full potential, needs a good coach and needs a good staff. And this is where, when I point out something like Halo and its utter failure, that's not me shitting on Halo or shitting on even 343 or shitting on Halo fans or Xbox fans. It's the opposite. It's, how the fuck does that happen with Halo? At some point, you got to ask, maybe it's not the players that need replacing. Maybe we don't need to buy top tier talent. Maybe we need to replace the coach and the entire staff. Maybe that's what we need. But that's not going to happen with Microsoft. So, and I know people, and I see it mentioned, like, people will mention, oh, well, 343's management was shit. Yeah, you're right. Who manages 343? The same individuals that are going to manage all these other studios and all these other IP. I'm telling you, dude, look, I'll be straight up with you right now. I'll be straight up with you. And I mean this. If I was a diehard Call of Duty fan, I'm not. I feel like Call of Duty was ruined a long time ago, frankly. But if I was, like today, like in 2023, I'm a diehard Call of Duty fan, I would be fucking terrified, absolutely scared about what's going to happen to Call of Duty in the future if Microsoft gets them. Because as a FPS fan of a AAA franchise, I would be looking at, oh my God, these are the same people who murdered Halo. One of the biggest and best shooters in the industry. They straight up murdered it. And now they need Call of Duty to rely on. I'm just saying, if I was a big Call of Duty fan, I would be concerned. But it's still going to be mostly Activision running it, supposedly. So I don't know. I feel like Microsoft, the best thing Microsoft could probably do, and what they are probably going to do, is they buy these entities, these publishers, and they say, you do your thing, bro. I'm just checking in on you. You do your thing. That would be the absolute best thing that Microsoft could do. So, Himanshu Yadav, you're saying buying is Microsoft's identity, e.g. Arsenal is a big football club who have history and done things the traditional way, like Sony. But Chelsea have spent their way to trophies since 2003, and that's perfectly fine. Yeah, I mean, I guess this is where you could maybe argue that both ways are viable. And most importantly, maybe both ways can work. And that's the only thing I care about at the end. Like, I know it may not seem like it. I'm not on a warpath. I'm really not. Like, my ultimate hope, I'm telling you, some people are not going to accept that I'm saying this because they're not going to believe it, but it really is true. My ultimate hope at the end of the day with all of this is that everyone can win. I know that sounds cheesy, and I know that sounds like it's too idealist, and maybe it is, but I just hope that Microsoft can do what they're trying to do with Game Pass and succeed, and people can be happy, and it can create all these options, and people will subscribe, and that can have no negative impact on Sony just doing their thing the way they're doing it. And they can still find tremendous growth hopefully, and success doing what they're doing. All while Nintendo is clearly doing their own thing. And I'm hoping for an outcome where we see Microsoft, Sony, Nintendo kind of all carving out their own spot. And it all works, and no one has to suffer and do poorly. You're saying that's exactly what Microsoft is saying. Yeah, I get that. I will admit from a surface level, that does seem to be the stance that Microsoft is taking, but I am still weary, if I'm using that term correctly, weary of I want, like I said, I want to believe Microsoft, and I hope that that's really their intention at the end of the day. But I just feel like the problem ultimately with competition is that that's not how competition works. You know what I mean? I hate to say that. And you guys know it. You guys know that's true, where competition isn't, I mean, there's like, yeah, there's being sportsman and friendly and hoping the best, like wishing the best for your opponent and whatever. But at the end of the day, it's like, you're still fighting each other. You're still competing against each other, and there's going to have to be a loser. I guess what I ultimately mean to say is that maybe whoever lands in second or third place, I hope it's really not that bad. It's like, damn. It's like Coke and Pepsi, right? It's like, if you're Pepsi, sure, somebody will say, well, you're not Coke. You're not at the same level. It's like, yeah, but we're still doing fucking great. You know what I'm saying? Like, I hope that that's what ends up happening. And I hope that Sony is not correct in that if Microsoft gets called, if Microsoft gets Activision, I hope it doesn't do irreparable damage. And I hope that what Microsoft is saying, that it will better the industry, I hope that's true as well. And I sure hope that these companies are not lying. Let me see here. Magnum Visuals, you're saying, MBG, when I eat apples for health and... It's so random. Sorry, it just feels so random. Like, just... Crimson X25, you're saying literally what's going on. I appreciate the super chats, Crimson. I appreciate the super chats from everybody. And I'm just laughing, Magnum, because I feel like that it's just such a hard pivot. MBG, when I eat apples for health in Horizon Call of the Mountain, the headset actually blows air in your face. Wasn't there a Sony patent for Sense as well? Dude, speaking of Sense, I still can't taste or smell. It's getting really annoying. Yeah, I think it's safe to say that there's probably a Sony patent for almost everything involving every sense. I just saw recently that apparently there's a Sony patent where they want you to be aware of your posture when gaming. They want you to have better posture. I don't know why, but that's a thing. And so it wouldn't surprise me at all if Sony actually patented like something involving scent. I remember reading patents from Sony involving bananas. I'm not kidding. I'm not joking. I don't remember what exactly it was for, but yeah, that was the thing. So thank you for that, Magnum. Josh Z, you're saying part of the reason is that they established the infection thrives in a warm climate, so infected in winter is contradictory. Also, I think the show was way more intense that episode and way better acted. That's a good point, Josh, and you're right. I didn't consider that fact. That I guess I was like wondering, like, how come there's like no infected? And you're right. They did establish in the show that it's about, the warm climate, and they had to change some things up with the infected. So that, when it comes to the lore of the show, that actually does make complete sense. And I agree that the episode was really well acted. I think that Joel or Pedro Pascal nailed his scenes where, one of the more important, I think the important part with Joel in this section of the game and the show is it really kind of shows Joel's like dark side coming out, because he's not playing games anymore. Like, he'll kill anybody mercilessly too, it really just kind of shows like he's going to do whatever it takes to find Ellie and rescue her. And it shows Ellie's tenacity once again, where like, Joel didn't save her. She did ultimately save herself, just like in the game. I just think that this part of the show and the game is so good because it shows ultimately the strengths and the weaknesses of both characters, where with Joel, it shows his weakness for not when I say weakness, I mean flaws. You know what I mean? It shows the flaw of like Joel's flaw is he can be a really, really bad dude who just has no remorse, you know? But it also shows, but he's doing it for somebody he loves. And then with Ellie, I feel like where it kind of showed her weakness is that, you know, as we know, Ellie's biggest fear is being alone. And that's kind of something that David in the show and in the game was prying upon, where he was basically trying to, you know, he kept referencing your friend, he's going to die, and basically trying to play the role of like, I can be here for you. There's a place here. And Ellie like almost began, like a part of her psyche started to maybe fall for that a little bit until David's true nature couldn't help but rear its head, and he made it pretty clear. Like one of the more interesting things is, even though I said that maybe it was a little bit unnecessary that they brought religion into this episode where they made them a religious cult, one of the more interesting things they did do with that, though, that was cool, was when Ellie was in the cage and David was talking to her, and he basically admitted that like he doesn't believe in any of it, you know, like he doesn't believe in Christianity and the Bible. He's like, that's not, he's just doing that because he knows people will buy into it and people, you know, will follow that. But he has like this dark side as well. And he's basically saying like, you have a dark side too. And we could thrive here, you know? And Ellie was like, you know, maybe I'd rather be alone or dead. So yeah, and then she broke his finger. But yeah, I hear you, Josh. That's a good call out. I did forget about that aspect of the show, that they did change the infection a little bit. Agni Kai, I hope I'm saying your name correctly. Thank you. It's your first super chat. You didn't say anything, but a little donation, so I appreciate that, man. Vedgir, you're saying Chinese government have bought 20% golden shares into Tencent. This is from January 12th, 2023. I want to see Microsoft compete with the Chinese government with a budget of 53 trillion US dollars. Be prepared for a decimation. Well, you know, that's where I will say, like, if we take things further, right? If we take things further, I mean, we know that China is getting, you know, more and more and more involved in buying parts of these companies and finding their way into these companies. And yeah, I'm not a fan of the Chinese government at all. So when it comes to these big corporations, at the end of the day, if it's either, you know, these big publishers are going to go to somebody like Microsoft or an entity like Tencent. Yeah, I don't want anybody going to Tencent. I'd much rather them go to Microsoft. But I get what you're saying. You're saying you want to see Microsoft compete with the Chinese government with a $53 trillion budget. I get what you're saying. Simply put, Microsoft wouldn't be able to compete against China in that case. But I don't know, man. This is, you do have to wonder though, is that maybe a potential concern we may have of Microsoft getting this deal to go through? Because if Microsoft gets a deal to go through under all this scrutiny, like some people are saying, like, does that just blow the doors off the hinges? There's no more door. Like, now anybody can buy anybody. And does that mean Tencent's going to come in and be like, you know what? Time to go crazy. Time to start buying everything up. To whereas if this were to get blocked, that would basically send a signal to not only Microsoft, but also a company like Tencent that you can't just buy shit. I'm not just going to let that happen, you know? I don't know. Again, there's much I do not know, and I'm not afraid to admit that, but I try to make the best sense of it as I could. Vedgir, you're saying exactly. Yeah, well, that's the problems with that's a problem with an arms race, right? Like, I've been talking this episode of the podcast and in previous episodes where it's like, well, you know, if it's war that Microsoft wants and Microsoft gets Activision Blizzard, then Sony and dude, in reality, Sony might not be doing shit. Sony might be like, well, damn, we can't. Maybe we could buy one publisher, a smaller one, and that'd still be a big deal. But it really, at that point, it might be like other massive companies like Tencent, Google, Meta, and they just, it's like a free for all at that point. Saying it will be terrible at the end of the day. Look, man, that's, to put it in the simplest possible terms that I can, what we basically have here is a situation where either big video game publishers get bought or they don't. Which is better? At the end of the day, big video game publishers not getting purchased is better. Doesn't matter if it's Sony, Microsoft, Tencent, anybody else. Does not matter. I have no bias there. I don't need to see a Sony, and I don't want a Sony that finds success by buying publishers. That actually sounds pretty shitty. And you're right in that there's very likely, it's probably a guarantee, but there's very likely a scenario, a much bigger picture scenario as to, what this is potentially going to lead to that people don't really see coming, that people don't, and I don't think it's fear mongering. I don't, because we've seen it happen in many other industries and it has been bad. It has led to bad results, mostly bad, not all bad, but mostly bad. And this might be the beginning, the catalyst of that happening. I don't want to say the beginning of the end, but the beginning of a major change and shift that a lot of people, when they look back, hindsight 2020, they might be thinking to themselves, fuck. Like damn, it's turns out maybe it wasn't good in the end. And that I also want to say, like, that I don't mean to be that guy and I don't mean to sound like a broken record, but I talk about Sony doing well and PlayStation succeeding. I don't want to see Sony grow that much. I don't want to see Sony become that powerful. I don't want to see PlayStation become that powerful because it's not needed. It's not. The bigger something gets does not mean the better. And that's, I think, something that we have seen proven time and time again. That's why I was advocating earlier when I say I wish Jim Ryan would come out and say, holy shit, our God of War Ragnarok exclusive sold to 11 million people in less than 3 months. That's fan-fucking-tastic. That's incredible. That's more than we could have asked for. And we're just going to keep doing our thing. And hopefully we continue to see that success. But no, Jim Ryan says, we want to reach 100 million. And that to me, just like, I don't want to see that. I don't want to see, because you know what that means? That means you're somehow getting about 70 to 80 million more people, or maybe even like 85 million more people that had no interest in what you were doing. Suddenly now they're interested? Well, what changed? What changed to suddenly make 80 to 85 million more people that weren't interested suddenly interested? Now, if Sony wants to do that by making shows, by, growing PS Plus and sometimes putting some games there, that's fine. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But this is where, like, I'm an advocate for growth, but only to a degree, only because I've never seen anytime something gets too big and bloated, it sucks. It's just never good. Even just look at something like Disney, right? Look at Marvel. It's like, look at Star Wars. It's just, shit just happens over and over and over again, where it's like, at some point, I feel like, and I know it's not necessarily the true capitalistic way, but I feel like at some point it's like, maybe we should try to draw a line where it's like, enough is enough. because it is. And that's okay. Maybe I don't need 10% more or 80% more. Maybe if I get 3% more, that's cool. That's still growth. Slow growth is still growth. And, I know that when we talk about Sony, and there's like that joke of like organic growth. And I know, like, to a lot of people, it does sound silly and funny, but it's like, is it though? Or is that really maybe what we should truly, and I'm not saying it like it's just Sony. I mean, for all gaming companies, for all publishers, like maybe we should be really, trying to advocate for as much organic growth as possible. I remember there was a report back in like 2020 or maybe it was 2021 that under Jim Ryan's leadership, apparently, and we're a little bit removed from this article, so I feel like we can kind of look back and see, is this true? Is this true? Apparently, under Jim Ryan's leadership, the focus is mainly on like big blockbuster hits. Like that's where the main focus is. And I mean, I feel like that's not a shocker. Like, hey, we had Horizon Zero Dawn was a massive hit. Let's lean into that. Ghost of Tsushima was a massive hit. Let's lean into that. But it's like when we look now and we see, how like, oh, Sony signed a deal for an exclusive Star Wars KOTOR remake. Okay, and they have Spider-Man, but now they have Wolverine. And I'm not like opposed to all of this. I'm not. It's just I don't want it to get out of hand. Like when I think about Uncharted, right? Like apparently Sony's bringing back Uncharted, and I think there's a pretty decent chance that Blue Point Games is the one working on Uncharted. And this is where it's like, can it just come back like later? Like do we really need Uncharted again? Like I'd be totally okay if like we just get something new and different that's not Uncharted, and it's like I think about God of War Ragnarok, right? And it's like, dude, I don't know about you guys, after that ending of that game, I'm like, dude, if God of War rests for like 10 years, I'm good. And if Sony Santa Monica's like, dude, we're working on something brand new now, that sounds fucking ideal to me. Because I'm that ending was so good, and that those two games were so good. I'm good now, man. Like I'm good. Like I don't need. I know that, but that's realistically like that's not going to happen. I don't think. And you look at something like outside of Sony. You look at the GTA series. You talk about something that gets too big. I'm not happy that GTA has sold as many copies as it has. Fuck no, I'm not happy. I'm not happy to see that the Grand Theft Auto IP has reached a level that makes it so that, dude, you're just going to get GTA Online for over a decade, and maybe when we're ready, we'll show you GTA 6. And it'll be probably awesome and mind-blowing, no doubt. But then now it's going to be GTA Online again for the next decade. I hate when shit gets too big, because anytime something gets too big, it loses what it once was. It turns into something else. It always fucking happens, man. And I think about, even The Last of Us, dude. Like I get worried about The Last of Us because I feel like, how much Last of Us do we need out here, guys? Granted, they haven't gone too far, but it's like, they're really saturating, and that's okay, I think. And I'm like, like, how there's all this talk about, oh, is there going to be a Last of Us 3? It's like, I really am okay if we don't get The Last of Us 3 for a long time, because we just got The Last of Us Part 2, The Last of Us Part 1, The Last of Us HBO, and we're getting a Last of Us multiplayer game. Like, dude, The Last of Us 3, frankly, doesn't have to exist, and I'd be totally fine with that. The next thing from Naughty Dog, if it's a brand new IP, that sounds ideal to me. You know? So I don't know. It's a tough thing. It's a tough thing, and you want to see things grow. It's like the console market. You know, I always talk about how I want to see the console market grow. I want to see Sony break records with their PS5 sales to prove to people that not only is the console market not shrinking, but it's actually still growing. But I don't want to see the console ever get to a point where it's like, oh my God, you know, like it's selling 300 million units. Like a console probably could never sell 300 million units because that's not the nature of what a video game console is. The nature of what a video game console is it's something specific. It's something more expensive, and it walks that line of it wants to be broadly appealing, but not necessarily dirt cheap. And it is what, in my opinion, facilitates kind of like this space where if it wasn't for the traditional console business model, I don't know, man. I don't know that Sony would be producing the type of games that they are these days, you know? And I don't know that they would be the same quality that they are. It's the reason why a game like God of War Ragnarok has to be just perfect or close to perfect is because, dude, it's not only they're not just asking you for $70, they're asking you for $570. You know what I'm saying? And they're promising you that if you spend that $570, right? If you spend that $500 on this console and you buy that game, you can expect more games similar to that, and it'll be worth it. And I just that to me doesn't have to become something. I don't think that proposition can go beyond, like, I think it can go further than it has, but this like exponential growth that these companies want in the console space, I don't think exists, and I don't think it needs to. And I just want to see a company, I want to see a business, and maybe that business can be Sony. Doesn't seem like it will be. I just want to see a business that turns and says, yeah, we're okay with that. You know what I'm saying? Like we're okay if we don't appeal to everybody. We'll try, but if it's not your cup of tea, no problem. We're going to do our thing, and we got a virtuous cycle going here, and we'll keep that going. That's what, yeah, and I see that's basically Nintendo, and I don't know that that's a bad thing. You know, I know Sony in their documentation has kind of painted, Wall Street would dump them so fast. Yeah, I mean, I see people mentioning From Software. Yeah, dude, I that's one of the reasons why I fucking respect From Software, because they're like, dude, I mean, you get a game with the success of like Elden Ring, right? And they could sit there and say, okay, we need 10 fucking years to make Elden Ring 2. That's just how it's going to be. No, they're like, yo, we're making Armored Core, and who the hell knows what we're going to make after that? But, this is just where you don't want to see the thing that makes something great. The worst thing in the world is to see it corrupted or rot, you know? And I'm not saying that's happening with Sony. It's the mentality that's present at Sony that I do worry about sometimes, where it's like, Sony's like, oh, we're so desperate to grow that we're going to start putting some of our games on PC, which is fine. I don't have a problem with that. But did you see how badly Returnal flopped on PC? It was like the second lowest concurrent player count. And you know what? Sony put fucking Sackboy: A Big Adventure on PC. And you know how many players that peaked at? 610. Like, at that point, I'm looking at Sony being like, what are you doing, bro? Like, what are you doing? That is a waste of time and a waste of resources. Now, granted, some games make sense, like God of War, Spider-Man, Horizon. These games do well, but it's just like, you know, I don't know, man. I guess I'm just trying to say to myself, like, maybe, like, were the sales that you got from Returnal from PS5 players, like, couldn't that just be enough? I mean, did you really need, like, that extra however much percent that just basically makes your game look like a flop on PC? Did you really need that? And I guess, like, if you're talking about just numbers and it's just about the numbers, it's free money. I get it. It's free money. But you're saying MBG, they need to build up those games for a PlayStation launcher. Yeah, that's true. That is true. Anyway, I apologize. I got to keep up with the super chats. I have a couple more I failed to read. Brad Beck, you're saying Microsoft can buy talent for their teams, no problem. This is more like the Jets not doing well, so they pay the Eagles to play for them. No respect. Yeah, that's pretty funny. That's pretty. Yeah, that you're kind of, yeah. That is, Brad. I think that's a good point. That is a good point, man. You're right. Because I understand the whole sports analogy and the, like, paying for a star player or two, but in this case, it's so big. It really is like a football team like the Jets paying for the Eagles to play under the Jets name. You know, it's like it's a lot bigger than just one or two. In fact, you could argue that what Sony's doing, again, if we're just going with this analogy, what Sony's doing is like the equivalent of paying for some star players. Like Final Fantasy 16, like, yeah, we paid for that. That's going to sell units. That's going to do work for us. We paid for it. You know, it's one game, one franchise, one IP, and then maybe down the line, we got Silent Hill 2. That's like maybe another key player that we paid for and brought on. But it is very much different if you're like buying an entire team, you know. But sometimes that happens, you know. Not as extreme as what you're saying, Brad. You know, like obviously the Jets couldn't pay for the Eagles to play for them, but it's funny to think that. And Maxwell, you're saying, I think already what's happening, Xbox will become just a game service. Sony will stay in the console market dominating, and Nintendo king of portable. So where I'm going to end this topic before just talking about Resident Evil for a little bit and then ending the show, this is a good spot to end it because I've sat here for over 4 hours and we've mostly talked about the whole Activision Blizzard thing. And, I think the thing that I'm most curious about with this entire situation, and the thing that's most relevant to me, I know, like, we've talked a lot about Xbox, we've talked a lot about Game Pass, we've talked a lot about a lot of things regarding Microsoft, but the reality is I want, truly, and I know people won't believe this, what I want is to just simply focus on PlayStation. The reason why it's so difficult to do that right now is because one of the biggest things going on that Sony is directly involved with, unfortunately, directly involves Microsoft and Xbox. And that's one of the reasons why I'm so eager to, for this to be over, is because it will make it just so much easier for me to just, okay, now we can just get back to focusing on PlayStation, and there's not going to be a bunch of shit going on with, at least I hope not. I don't expect Sony to continue to be talking about Microsoft, you know what I mean, and making comments regarding Microsoft after this is over. The thing I'm going to be most curious to know when this is over, assuming it passes, I want to know what Jim Ryan's going to say next. I want to know what Sony as a whole, like, okay, that thing that you kept saying is really, really bad for Sony, that thing that was going to hurt you guys so bad, and the player base, that thing that you feared so much, it has happened. So what now? That's what I'm most curious to hear, because something tells me that Sony is going to change their tune. you know? Like, something tells me that Sony's not going to turn around to the PlayStation fan base and say, well, fuck, guys. We lost, and it's over. I don't know what we're going to do. Sorry. No, something tells me that's not what's going to happen. And so I'm just eager to get to that point, because this posturing that Sony's been putting forth for over a year now is tired. It's tiring. It's uninteresting. It's uneventful. And it's getting in the way of, I think, the thing that should be the focal point and the focus. And it's unfortunate. So that's what I'm most interested in figuring out is what Sony is going to say when this is over. Because Sony does like to be aggressive. Sony does like to flex. Sony does like to, usually they like to get their fans excited. But it just turns out that this ongoing situation has brought out a version of Sony that, frankly, I don't think fans are used to seeing. And the reason why I don't think they're used to seeing it is because it's just not something we've really ever seen before. I don't recall a time where we've seen Sony basically acting like a victim, acting like there's some kind of real damage being done to them. And it's off-putting because, in fact, I think Sony has even been the kind of company where even when even when damage has been done to them, they don't necessarily play the victim card. They just basically try to ignore it and focus on the things that will help them get out of that situation. And that's why I think this entire situation for the PlayStation fan base is fucking off-putting, because this isn't the Sony we want. It's not. I mean, even I would say even the most diehard PlayStation fans, I think, would agree that if you had to choose between this version of Sony or the version of Sony we got like back during the late PS4 days, or even early PS4 days, or even at the beginning of the PS5, no, I think everybody would say, like, we want that version of Sony, because that's exciting to us, You're saying, MBG, once again, Sony is not the one going in public talking to us. Only the media does. That's true, but you also have to agree, Sergeant, at least you have to admit with that, Sony is allowing the media to control that narrative. You're right. The media and that's I think the reason. So, like, the next question you'll probably ask, well, why would Sony allow that? I think honestly it's just because they have no choice. Sony can't come out here and basically reassure everybody that it's not as bad as they're making it sound, or as the media is making it sound, or Sony's not this, because it's like the regulators are going to see that. And they're going to be like, well, what? So, Buck, you're saying you can't throw any Sony first party on PC years after PS5 and expect to sell well with no marketing. PC consumers know they're treated like secondhand citizens. Yeah, you're right about that. I agree. Well, Horizon Forbidden West is probably one of the next games that's going to go to PC, I would assume. And I'm going to be really curious to see how that does. And I think that'll give us a better idea of because I mean, Returnal, I know I use that as an example, but Returnal isn't the biggest game. It probably didn't even sell tremendously well on the PS5. It probably sold well enough for Sony anyway. But I think a game like Horizon and eventually God of War Ragnarok, those will be really interesting to see how they do on PC when they eventually make their way. Aaron Yogurt, you're saying Naughty Dog better drop The Last of Us multiplayer soon while the series hype is strong. So my theory is that Naughty Dog and Sony are going to ride the hype wave. So tonight is the last episode of The Last of Us HBO. The Last of Us HBO has been a mega hit. And I think not too long after the show ends, we're going to, or then The Last of Us is going to release on PC this month. And I think that's going to segue right into Naughty Dog being like, well, hope you guys are ready for more Last of Us. Sorry, just to hit my mic. I think that's what's going to happen. So I agree, Aaron. They got to strike while the iron's hot, right? So, yeah. What I want to do now, briefly, I feel bad. I didn't want it to turn into this, but I gotta be honest. Like, I wanted to set more time aside to talk about Resident Evil, and I'll tell you this too. I don't feel too bad about not talking too much about it, because really I want to dive deep into my conversation about RE4 when the game's out. Like, I'm very much I gotta pop my ears. God, I've been going on too long. I'm very much excited about Resident Evil 4 Remake. Resident Evil 4 is one of my favorite games of all time, and I think this demo that they dropped is awesome. Did I play the harder difficulty? You know what? I actually didn't yet. You want to know why? It's really dumb. So the way I learned about the harder difficulty was when I first booted up the demo, I kept exiting the game before even playing it because I wanted to check the performance mode and the resolution mode, and I kept changing all these settings, and in doing that, it just suddenly prompted me, like, do you want to try the ultra hard chainsaw fire, whatever it's called, mode? And I'm like, well, shit, I didn't even play it yet. Like, I was just trying to change the graphical settings, so I hit no, and I didn't realize when I hit that it's kind of random, and I haven't been offered the opportunity to play it since, so I just kind of keep going back to the demo and replaying it. And one of the things that I ended up learning about more recently, and I think some people just recently figured out, is in the demo you can actually get the TMP submachine gun, and the way you do this is interesting. When you get to the part of the demo right before you enter the village, you have to discard all your weapons and all your gear. Like, and the thing about Resident Evil 4 Remake is if you discard anything, you can't pick it back up. Like, by discarding it, you're just getting rid of it. And you're saying Resident Evil 4 is destroying GPUs. But I learned that you have to discard all of your items, every single item out of your inventory, before you enter the village section. And when you do that, a little section opens up if you run to the right and go behind a couple of the houses. There's like it almost looks like a well, but there's like a ladder and it's a hole you climb down. And there's a case in there and a bunch of stuff you can get. And it gives you the TMP SMG, and it gives you like a bunch of ammo. It gives you like 150 rounds. And I was like, yo, I got to try this out, because I got to admit, like, even playing on the regular difficulty in the demo, the village section is kind of challenging. I remember it in the original game, it was always challenging, but I mastered it because I played RE4 so much. I mastered it, and you kind of just learn the ins and outs of how to navigate that section. It's one of the most memorable sections in video games, in my opinion. It's awesome. And it was done, like, it translates so well in this remake. It's a lot scarier, in my opinion. Just because the fidelity is so, like, it's less video game looking. Because I watched a comparison, and you look back at RE4, and RE4 I think is still a good looking game, generally speaking. It holds up well enough, but it came at, like, when you look at that game, the original RE4, and you look at this remake, it's like, holy shit. Wow. I mean, the game looks fucking fantastic. And it looks so much scarier because it just looks so much more real than the original. And I noticed when I'm playing this that, like, god damn, is it just me, or does it seem like these enemies are not stop? Like, they just keep spawning, dude. Like, more and more and more villagers keep appearing. And it's already overwhelming enough when you first enter, because there's like 6 or 7 villagers, like, kind of wandering about, burning that guy to death. And you're like, oh, okay, like, that seems manageable. And my first playthrough, I'm like sneaking around. I'm sneaking or is that how the original was as well? Maybe you're right. For me, I felt like I got so good at playing the original game. Every time I entered that village, I just felt like I know exactly what to do and how to handle it. I don't know. Maybe I'm misremembering that it was that way in the original, but it just felt so overwhelming in this game. I don't know. You know what I think it might be? It might be the camera angle, because I noticed in the settings for RE4 Remake, you can change the field of view, but not when you're aiming. The field of view only changes, you can only adjust it when you're not aiming. And the first time I played it, it felt like a little bit too claustrophobic for me. So I increased the field of view, and that helped a lot, and it helps you to be able to see if they're like enemies sneaking up on you. But I'm really curious to see if you guys agree with this. There are two gripes I have with RE4 Remake, at least with the demo so far. Okay, gripe number one, I'm not really too fixated on, because I do think that it could be a bug, or, you know, it's a demo and it might be fixed, and maybe it's just me. Like, the game looks really, really, really good. But I still can't help but think, like, when I'm looking at this game and I'm playing, I'm like, looking at the textures and the overall presentation, something looks off. Like, the clarity is not there. And I went to the settings, turned off motion blur. I think, I don't know if the chromatic aberration was on or not. I don't even know. But I turned everything off to just basically make it as clear as I could. And I tried it with ray tracing on, ray tracing off, resolution mode. And I'm just noticing, like, there's something about the crispness, I guess, like the crisp look is not there for some reason. And I don't know if that's like supposed to be that way, but some things looked a little bit blurrier than I was expecting. Now, it's not unplayable or anything, and I am nitpicking, right? But I just have to admit that in booting this game up on my PS5, I did expect a crisper image than what I'm seeing. And it's not like everything looks that way, because like if I look at Leon's jacket, I'm like, well, that looks like it looks like there's a bit of a disconnect here. And this is why I'm thinking it might be a bug, because I'm looking at some things on like Leon and I'm like, well, that shit looks like crystal clear, as crisp as I expected. But then I'm looking on the ground next to him, like, but that looks a little, you know, hazy a little bit. And I did notice that. And I was actually like getting to a point where I'm like, is there something wrong with is it my TV? Is it my settings? And you're saying PlayStation has chromatic aberration applied to the entire screen instead of corners. That's why it's blurry. It's a bug. Yeah, I mean, you're saying it's a bug. The Series X is way more crisp. Okay. I hope they iron that out, because like, I was like thinking, like, am I going crazy here? And I really started to think to myself, like, is my standard like getting too high now for what I'm expecting from games? I know it's a cross-gen game. But I'm still thinking, like, dude, I know it has to look a little bit better than this. I know it has to, like, because it just looks off. You know what I mean? Like, it just gives me this vibe, like, something's not right here. So that's my one gripe with the visuals. But when I'm playing the game, it's not like I'm really paying attention to it. And I'll be curious to see if that gets ironed out. Now, the second thing, this is a gameplay thing. And I still don't know how I feel about it. Like, I can't say that I'm judging it harshly now. Like, I'm not saying I don't like it or I do like it. It's going to sound like I don't like it, because I kind of don't. But I'm also thinking it just might be something I'm not quite adjusted to yet. One of the biggest changes with RE4 Remake, as you know, is in Resident Evil 4, the original, you cannot move while shooting. Okay, this is like a fundamental gameplay pillar of Resident Evil 4. You cannot move while shooting. And in this game, you can. Now, that I don't have a problem with. What I noticed, though, is I feel like when I'm aiming my gun, when I'm, and it's going, and it's zooming in, I feel like it's zooming in way too fucking much. Like, it's zooming in to a point where I'm like, dude, I can't even properly aim my gun, because it's like putting me You know what I mean? Like, so it's like uncomfortably close. And because when I was playing this, I'm trying to figure out, I'm like, what is it about anytime I go to fire my weapon, something just doesn't feel this. I don't expect it to feel identical, obviously, to the original, because it's very different from the original. But what is it? And I did notice, I'm like, the field of view is like way too, it's too much for me in its current state. And so I was like diving into the settings, desperately trying to like see, like, surely I can adjust that a little bit. And I got excited because I found the field of view slider and I'm like, oh, great. But then I'm like, wait, it's just for when I'm not aiming. And I don't know that that's something they're going to be able to adjust or fix before the game launches. But that is something to me that I'm going to have to see if I end up getting used to it, because here's the best example I can give you. And this is not a spoiler or anything. At the beginning of the game, when you go into the basement, or at the beginning of the game, like, you enter that room and that guy attacks you and Leon does his famous roundhouse kick, breaks the dude's neck. And then you go into the basement and you find the dead body of one of the police. And after you go on the radio and you're like, oh, I got to go help this guy who's in trouble, you hear something approaching. And so you as you go to leave the basement, the dude whose neck you broke, you know, you see him coming down and you're like, oh shit. And you have to, this is the first time in the game where now you have to shoot this guy. And I've played this demo probably about 6 or 7 times at this point. And every fucking time, dude, like, because you're in a pretty claustrophobic space, right? So there's not much room. I have not once killed this guy before he got to me and attacked me, when I definitely had enough room and enough distance where I should have been able to easily take this guy out. But because the game, like, when every time I aim my gun, it aims me in so much that I'm like, okay, you know? And you're right. I see somebody saying maybe this is intentional, and that concerns me. That concerns me because one of the reasons, as far as I'm aware, when it comes to Resident Evil 4 Remake, the original Resident Evil 4, there were some people, or at least I know that there was some contention where it's like people were saying that Leon should be able to move while shooting in RE4. And I feel like one of the reasons for that, it's obvious. I'm pretty sure that they explain this, but to me, it's obvious. It's like, well, in order to continue to build tension in the game, that's why we don't do it. You know, it adds a layer of tension, and it does. And I like that about RE4. I feel like in this game, though, if their way of maintaining that tension, it's like, okay, Leon can move, but when you zoom in and you aim your gun, you're going to be like, it's so claustrophobic that even though you can move, you're still going to have a hard time. I don't know that I like that trade-off yet. Again, it's just a demo, and it's only the first, you know, it's only the first, probably 30 minutes of the game, give or take. So it's not something that I'm judging it on too much right now, but that might be something I have a problem with, depending. Like, I'm not saying it ruins the game. It doesn't. Like, the demo is still awesome. It still felt great. Everything about it, the sound design, the feel of the weapons, just the look of the game, the environments, the attention to detail, the changes they made, everything's phenomenal. And being able to sneak around is awesome. I just really hope, I guess, I'm holding out hope that in the final game, I can adjust that and tweak that a little bit, because it's a bit too much. And I'm just wondering, guys, like, let me know. Is it just me? Is it just me that feels that way? Or am I misremembering RE4? Like, do I have to go back and actually play it? Was it always this claustrophobic and I just maybe forgot? I don't know. I don't know. These are things that I was questioning. Oh, sorry. You might see me do something with my jaw there. I'm trying to pop my ears. They're so full. You're saying it was? Okay, I could be misremembering. I've been so tempted to go back and play it. Play it again. At least play some of it again to remind myself. But I don't want to do that because I kind of feel like, you know, maybe that's part of it. Not, you know, forgetting some things. But yeah. So apparently, I don't know, some people are saying that they may have changed some story aspects of this game, and I'm curious to see if they end up doing that or not. I mean, they have changed quite a bit, but all of it still, when it comes to like the story and everything that's going on, the main plot points seem to be exactly the same. So, but yeah, dude, I love RE4, and I am really going to be curious. I feel like the general sentiment is that if you liked RE4, then you're probably going to like RE4 Remake even better. And I don't know, man. RE4 is, some people are saying that this game doesn't need to be remade. Like Resident Evil 4 is a game that's so good, remaking it only opens up the door to potentially ruin it or make it worse in some way. And I don't feel that way right now. I feel like RE4 Remake is living up to be almost everything I want it to be. But I am going to be so curious if by the time I'm finished the entire experience, if I'm going to feel like I like the original better. You know, I don't know. I feel like this is like the first game, really, where I kind of feel like, is it going to be that way? I don't know. I don't know, man. Kevin G, member for 2 months. Thank you, man. You're saying, just now catching this podcast at the end. I usually watch this while driving to work. Hope everything is going good with Mrs. MBG. Also, hashtag Starfield of delays. Well, thank you for that, man. Yeah, Mrs. MBG is doing better. Not 100% yet, certainly not. It's still a struggle, I won't lie, but she's improving. And, you know, I'm hoping that in the coming weeks, things things turn the corner, basically. Yeah, your Starfield delays. Yeah, I don't know, man. I think Starfield being delayed puts a lot more pressure on Redfall. Because Redfall is really going to be like the only big title that Microsoft really has for quite some time, as far as I'm aware anyway. And I feel like if Redfall reviews really well and gets good review scores and gets a lot of positive chatter around it, that'll be really good for them. And I think it'll be really good for Xbox as a whole because it'll take less pressure off them where it's like, okay, we made the right choice delaying Starfield. And I gotta question Microsoft sometimes though, only because it's like, dude, this is the second time where Microsoft has announced a release date for their big tentpole game, and it was just nowhere near ready. Like they needed a whole entire year, practically. You know, they did that with Halo, and they did it again now with Starfield, and I'm like, Microsoft, why do you keep doing that? You know what I mean? Like, I don't get it. Like, it's confusing to me, but I'm sure Starfield will be great for anybody who's excited for it. And yeah, I'm just curious to see at this point how Redfall does for Microsoft, because I feel like that game's going to need to do some work. It is. Well, anyway, guys, I think my medicine has officially worn off, and I'm beginning to really feel the effects of it. And I don't want this podcast to hit the 5-hour mark. We got to save that. So I just want to end this podcast by once again, seriously thanking everybody who showed up, who tuned in, who was willing to listen to me for this long. You're saying lay off the meth, bro. Yeah. Yeah, I got to take it easy with that for sure. But yeah, I really do want to thank everybody for your support, because it's genuinely fun, I think. I mean, sometimes it can be a bit taxing for sure, but it is fun to do the show each week and hang out with so many people and interact with the chat and obviously the super chats. Really appreciate it. Really have a good time. And even, I gotta be honest, like, it even is surprising to me on weeks like this where I'll be truthful, there really has not been much going on at all. Very little. And I hope that doesn't continue. And I hope at the very least we can start to change the conversation. But it's still just, I think it's very telling that even on a week like this, you know, I can still manage to somehow sit here for almost 5 hours and talk to you guys. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. So thank you guys so much for your support with the podcast. That is episode 151. Huge shout out to all of my channel members. You guys are awesome. I appreciate the monthly support. Massive shout out as well to every single person who donates a super chat. I will continue to say this every week as long as it remains true. You know, if it wasn't for the support you guys show the channel each week with super chats, with channel memberships, I simply wouldn't be able to do it the way I do it. And I feel really privileged to be able to continue to do it. So thank you guys for that. Huge shout out to Devil Shooter, who does the super chats each week for the podcast. He does a fantastic job and certainly helps me as well as the entire audience, anybody who's watching. So if you happen to see Devil Shooter, he usually gets them out within the 24, 48 hour period of the podcast ending. Give him a big thank you. So shout out to you, Devil Shooter. Really appreciate what you do for the community here. And yeah, that does it. Did I say super chats? Did I say thank Devil Shooter for the super chats? I meant timestamps if I misspoke. So yeah, it's gotten to that point. I'm mixing up words. But anyway, guys, all right. I hope you all enjoy the rest of your Sunday. I'm gonna hopefully enjoy the rest of mine. Yeah, I will catch you guys here, same time, same place next week, and we'll see what the upcoming week brings when it comes to PlayStation. But that does it. Until next time, everybody, take care.